Hello, everybody, and welcome to another edition of the BTR livestream. BTR stands for Break the Rules. I am your host, Lev Polyakov, and with me to my left is Daniel Scott Caden, my great friend, writer, producer. To my right is Christina Danelon. I don't know if it's French, but it's a really great name. Wonderful animator, illustrator, artist. Below on the left side is, as always, the great and powerful Gio Pennacchietti. In the middle, we have Saturnalia Sundown, amazing esoteric dude. And on the right, we have the great Patrick Meagher, artist and developer of this very interesting futuristic virtual reality art gallery that I look forward to talking about as well. But today we're mainly going to be talking about art, contemporary art, and first off, how contemporary art factors into the post-corona world, like whether people are going to be going to galleries like they used to, or how people are going to be perceiving of this art. So I wanted to start off with this subject. It's the most recent subject in people's minds. So what do you guys think? How is the art world going to change? Let's see who we should start with. How about Patrick?
Patrick.
Sure. We're in New York, right? And we know real estate has been so important before, and also one of the major constraints. The rents got so high that galleries were starting to close, and this I think kind of put the nail in that coffin because a lot of institutions have laid off people. It's a huge issue. Even with the rent abatements, the commercial sector is not necessarily part of that. And I think people are going to be looking for different options. We've already seen like some of the larger galleries extend their generosity to emerging cool young galleries and create platforms like Zorner and Gozi in LA, and also in New York, Zorner. And we're also working on that with Walter's Cube and onlineviewingroom.com to create a more open platform where people can scan their galleries, use their space, and have the upload form on Online Viewing Room as a tool to continue their program and continue the vital sales and discourse around the artwork.
But do you think that artwork, and this is what I really want to open up to everybody here, do you think that contemporary art itself, like Timothy Sheridan, who is a patron of ours, was asking, and by the way, guys, before I forget, please subscribe, whoever's watching right now, to our show, the greatest underrated show in all of YouTube history, and also subscribe to our Patreon. And anyway, Timothy asked, hello, how did it factor into the pre-corona world, for one thing? So what do you guys think? Starting with Gio, how did contemporary art factor into our world? And to follow up with that, how do you think in this time of corona, the artwork itself, whether it's displayed digitally or not, is going to be affecting people differently?
Oh, I'm kind of on the spot. That's like a huge question, as someone who's more of like an outsider artist, I guess you could say. Like, that's an understatement. I think that the main question would be whether the contemporary art world has an ability to create what Heidegger would call a worlding of the world. Does it have an ability to connect to a groundedness in a culture, in a people, in a time and place? And it seems that a lot of contemporary art embraces we could quibble over the ideologies that are sort of enforced or gatekept or what have you, but it seems that a lot of art in the digital age is becoming what you could call worldless, or just as much the non-place as the galleries and the corporate offices that consume and patron these artworks. And now that you have the reality of the digital space, it's very interesting to see how a lot of the more traditional model of what gets produced and what gets promoted is sort of becoming totally disrupted. And it already happened before. I mean, we all know about how graffiti art, for example, became somewhat semi-mainstream in the gallery culture in New York and Los Angeles and other places. But I think it's very interesting how in this time, more than any other time, there seems to be, at least from my perspective, bracketing politics, a disconnect between the people that are within the contemporary art world, the CAW, if you will, and just what would you say? What would be like a less like internet lingo term for normies? Would be like average, ordinary people that are consuming very easy to process Instagram, what they call grammable art, and images that are very, kitschy and nice, or images that are simply not art at all. It seems that there's a disconnect between what the contemporary art world is producing. I could be wrong about this. Of course, I'm not within the quote unquote contemporary art world, but it seems to me that there's this fundamental disconnect that I think we have to wrestle with. So I'm rambling right now. So,
Patrick, what do you think?
I just could add to that because of the part B, what I was getting into before, besides the obvious part about real estate, is that there's so much great digital art that has been kind of in its own orbits, and circulating kind of like meme culture, but hasn't really had a real audience or traction yet. Maybe for many reasons. Also, it's just like kind of the dawn of the 21st century finally. So people are getting more used to the idea. And so I think we're seeing a lot of new platforms that will be hosting native digital art. Like we can host animations and video even in the virtual spaces. So, and then there's lots of kind of phantasmagorical galleries that people are doing in VR, where they just built like just crazy museum spaces, and that work floats in non-gravity space, and so there's so many fun things that can done with that, and I think people are at home, they have more time, the equipment is getting a little bit more normalized and less clunky, and so we'll see that open up. I mean, cut me off because I can go on and on. But.
No, this is very interesting. Do you think, and this is another thing I want to open up to everybody, and I really want to get into animation real soon with you, Christina. What do you guys think of the difference, or at least I perceive there being a difference between, let's say, the art gallery frequenters and people who are consuming art as memes, for example, online? There just seems to be such a big... It's like they're two different planets. One doesn't really mingle that much with the other. What do you think now that less people are going to be attending galleries? What happened to what used to be like sophisticated urbanites, smoking an elongated cigar, visiting art galleries? What do you think happens to them? Whoever wants to start. Patrick, since you are within this world, I'd be interested in what you think.
Sure.
But also I want to ask the others as well.
Artist, gallerist, Howard Span.
Hey.
Hey.
What's up?
Nothing much. How are you? Good to see
really
you
good.
Yeah. So I'm Howard Scanning in Space, and we're working on a couple different collaborative projects together. I think that's the other thing that we can talk about, because this is kind of a collaborative environment that you're hosting, Lab, and I think that the mood shifted from this kind of like a more aggressive, competitive, like disrespecting kind of culture to something that's a little bit more like, okay, at least for a minute, let's like call a timeout, be a little bit nicer, and make sure that everyone's like in good shape before we start the, that kind of craziness again. Maybe things really shift ethically and emotionally too as well. So we've been talking a lot about that, and we see the mood change in New York a lot, Brooklyn and downtown.
Totally, yeah. I agree. I think that this is definitely a time for us to like evaluate the current state of the art world and figure out like the things that we like about it and that we don't like about it, and be active about making like putting our best foot forward and making and living in the changes that we want to make, and having the art world that makes sense for everyone.
Daniel, what don't you like about the art world? Because you have your foot in the art world somewhat, as well as in the producing world. So you have kind of like an outsider's view of this.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, they used to have a phrase after the revolution, who will be first up against the wall? And I would say after the coronavirus, it's going to be all the intermediaries and the grifters. Pardon any company here, but artists are going to be more self-reliant, but then you're going to have, dealers and gallerists and all sorts of intermediaries. They're going to be pretty much sidelined, and artists will learn what is important to many artists, which is how to make a little bit of fucking money. So they will go online. We all know, do we know, what was it? Breton, what did Breton say about art? He said art would be convulsive or nothing at all. So now it's changed. Art will be online or nothing at all. So I think it could be a brand new start for the art world. Artists can make things like super affordable. Art will be nothing if not affordable. Why shouldn't you work all day to make $150, $250? All your friends will be able to buy your art. It should be, $25 a piece. Let it be functional. Let it be in my home. I would love it. There will be some dealers and gallerists that are still necessary. Some people always need their hands held or financial guidance through this thing. But I think that, you could sell online globally. People are not going to want to collect in galleries, at least for a year or two, from what I understand of the virus. It's mutations and permutations. So I see this as a grand new starting point to have an affordable art for everyone and let artists themselves be more their own managers, their own decision makers, and sell affordably to the public so everybody can enjoy it.
Patrick, can we get rid of all the middlemen? What do you say?
There's so many jobs with art already. I'm like, let's outsource and let people do whatever jobs they want to do, as long as maybe they play a little bit nicer and remember that everyone's got bills to pay. There's so many art workers who just finally started getting to a better place because of interesting groups like Wage Rage and Working Artists for the Greater Economy and other kind of activist groups that made a point of saying, we just can't have all these lavish parties and then let 80% of the workforce suffer through the workday. It's kind of boom and bust. So that kind of sustainability has been finally coming around. And I think with the relief efforts, we realize that we'll have to kind of do some policy shifting to make sure that things are more sustainable, because people will be coming probably back to work with a deficit and won't be able to work on scrape by. And for independent artists, I've been an independent artist for a long time, and it's a whole extra job to try to sell your own work. And some people are good at it, some people are not so good at it. So I think it's maybe not the time for so much infighting, but more like, okay, how about we start a conversation fresh and see what we can all bring to the table, and then use these new tools to help us kind of collaborate and share and reach new audiences, because I feel like there's plenty of audience for art. Most of the time it's a distribution problem. In the art world, they have a lot of bottlenecks, and sometimes it's the distribution is just about sheer economics. And Howard's working on a project that is about getting some more resources to the art world. So you can mention that.
Yeah, I'm working on a project. Basically, I have a gallery in Carroll Gardens. It's called At Peace, and I have a website. It's atpeace.com. And during when COVID started, I was in my gallery, and I was like, we would have usually switched to a new show and figured out next programming, but I was just sitting around with all the artwork that didn't sell, and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna have to pay rent or what the situation is. And so I was like, instead of thinking about money, let me just try to think about doing my job and helping artists survive and selling artworks. And so I was like, let me create an online platform, and instead of taking the 50% typical gallery commission, let me give it to funds that are directly impacting directly helping people right now. And so I did some research, and I found what gravitated towards me was NYC COVID bailout, and so and also this fund called Plant the Peace. And so we were creating a mock-up of a web platform, and basically when you buy a piece of artwork, 45% goes directly towards these funds, like it goes towards bailing people out of jail, or it goes towards planting trees, and the other 45% goes to the artist, and then At Peace takes 10% for operating costs and administrative duties and stuff.
These are great causes, and what I'm interested in finding out is, you were talking about infighting, as in infighting within the art community. But what I'm curious about is not so much the infighting in the art community as much as the distance between the art community and other communities, like, let's say, the animation community that Christina is part of. Christina is a great animator, works for Studio Yota. I don't know if am I pronouncing that correctly?
Yeah, I've worked with them previously on other projects, but currently I'm like working full-time at Titmouse.
Titmouse
is the Canadian location. Yeah, so...
And you guys have different galleries too, right? Like for animation art, there would be events, like parties that would be thrown, but it would be
in Vancouver. I actually have a friend who's into like graffiti and going to more like contemporary art gallery things. So it's not really connected to the animation world at all. But so there's those kind of events that happen, but sometimes there will be animator curated events, because there's also a lot of artists and students at animation studios and art, like not studios, like animation schools in our city. So there's different kind of shows that go on for different types of artists here. So
what I'm curious about is whether there is that much of an overlap, though, in terms of the mainstream, where we would have, let's say, MoMA exhibitions, sometimes of like the art of Pixar, like the art of The Incredibles. We would have a Tim Burton exhibition that also happened at MoMA that was really good. But it seems, and maybe I'm just making a judgment call based on my own experiences, but it seems like animation is kind of like treated like a stepchild, like a redheaded stepchild in the art world, while animation to me is one of the greatest art forms of all time. And as far as, stuff like Miyazaki, stuff like, so much stuff that's coming out of Japan, or Annecy, that animation festival has so many amazing things. It just seems like you have the combination of great design, draftsmanship, characters that you can look at, and like ever since Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, it caused people to cry that they were watching it. But it's been treated, I think, somewhat like this, kind of like like this entertainment stuff that's on the side, not
the
so
culture
much
industry.
Exactly. So what I'm curious about here is really cementing what the differences are between how the art world sees itself and how it may be perceived from the outside, and if after COVID-19 there may be some room for some kind of a revolution here. So some of the comments we've gotten so far, one was from Super Iron Bob. Art galleries and high culture art serves to signal membership. It's less about the art from my own observation. So what do you guys think of that? Patrick, what do you think of that? Let's start with you, and then let's go to Daniel, and then Gio, and then Saturnalia, who we have not heard anything from as of yet.
Yeah, I'd say that's fairly astute. Also, we just got out of like this massive boom in art fairs, where you go down to Miami and there were literally 24 parallel fairs. So it's like, whose art world? Some of these circles are overlapping, and some of them are kind of like in their own orbit. There's interaction, and bringing everyone down to Miami always felt like this is a festival of art. And so you have everything from modern artwork that's now more or less kind of an antique, and then like graffiti art that showed up yesterday. So and that's great, because we're getting like a wider purview on what the actual culture is, because it's arguable that we're in one of these periods, this massive era shifts where like there are multiple salon de refusees, like including all the digital art in general that's kind of in its own online schools of thought and networks. And then what might be seen as the academy, which is like the very moneyed institutions and larger blue chip galleries that end up also kind of pushing into the antique realm. Of course, that constitutes the cultural landscape from the informal to the very formal, but and we need it all. But I think we're at a special moment where these worlds are colliding, interacting, overlapping, informing each other, and I can only see good coming from that.
Daniel, what say you?
About the purpose of art?
About the purpose, but also about whether, from your perspective, there is a disconnection that's been going on for a while between, let's say, the contemporary art world as far as all these big festivals like Art Basel and things like that, versus a lot of these more outsider or niche markets as far as animation or mimetic art or digital art. So what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that all the larger festivals are playgrounds for the dandies, the hyper wealthy, who artists are catering towards right now with their bananas fucking stapled to walls and bullshit like that. But the barrier has always been money, and it's been raised by artists in collusion with dealers and galleries to deify the work when it is just. It is what it is. It is there. It's a banana on a wall. It is whatever it is. But they've imbued it with some religion. They've infused some religion in it. And getting back to my main point, it's a beautiful moment to make everything affordable, so that like if you're buying a specialty pillow for your couch, you should be able to afford art. It shouldn't be a sacred thing. It should be distributed widely, and everyone should get to purchase it, enjoy it, collect it. It'll democratize it rather than fucking Art Basel. All of these fairs to me are just like they're opportunities for decadence. But what opportunity for decadence do you have, in a post-pandemic world? And what should the art be about? Something else. But I don't know what that is because I don't have that kind of mind to get at. But it's going to have to change in what it is, or maybe not. I mean, maybe if the world is really grim and the economic divisions become even more steep, it'll just like go into total decadent mode, So the artist will literally be himself a plaything for a multi-billionaire, keep you in a fucking cage is what's going to happen. You can create art and then you shove it between the doors of the cage, and you continue making it. That's the dystopian future I see. But in all seriousness, maybe I would say I think it's going to be good in the end. Never liked these festivals in any case. I mean, I enjoy decadence, but this is an opportunity for artists, because what is art in a post-pandemic world? Does anyone have an answer for what its purpose is?
Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think those weren't festivals. They were art fairs. They were commerce, right. Like competition, kind of like mini Olympics of art that were kind of around the Venice Biennale discourse, and they were selling stuff before and after it. That's how I think the whole art fair thing kind of took off. It became a festival because people made it a festival, because they were like, well, there's this thing going on, so I'm going to do my thing, and then all of a sudden there were 24 fairs, and that's a wonderful plurality. So sometimes you have to see where something transforms. Also, the whole banana thing. An art historian can probably correct me if I'm mixing up something, but one of the precedents for that was the image from the Andy Warhol album cover for the Velvet Underground, of course, which was super underground, right? Not that long ago. That comes from this artist who spray painted bananas on the outside of a gallery wall to signify what a cool new gallery was. And then it became de rigueur, and everyone wanted to spray paint, and they even made their own stencil to mimic it and put that on the front of their gallery because they didn't want them to see banaless. So that was one of those things where you're like, okay, something that was avant-garde, really outsider, really fringe, all of a sudden pop is now the norm. And everyone's on board with that.
It's always been the norm.
I'm at the cusp of that again because Lev's got a Patreon. we're seeing like the emergence of a fifth estate. Basically, it's a whole like capital kind of shift where you have people who, you know, they're like self-made news anchors and they have 1 million followers, or even an Instagram account where people are making money from. That's still a relatively new phenomenon. That's a 21st century situation. 5D media is in its infancy, and so we have like the fifth estate, 5D media, and then like, you know, other things that are kind of consciousness expanding, and that's what I think the mission, the meta mission of art has always kind of historically been about: consciousness and expansion of human consciousness.
What would you say has been done in the realm of contemporary art in the last several decades, you know, like post-Kandinsky's Black Square, as far as the expansion of consciousness? And I'd be interested in maybe having Gio go first. You're on the spot.
Okay. Well, no, it's interesting that I have to sort of disagree with Daniel a little bit in terms of like the quote unquote democratization of art, because the reality is that, yeah, it's a reality, and that the digital space, the thing is, there's nothing, in my opinion, wrong with elitism. It's just we have terrible elites that like not so great artworks. There's a lot of good to it, obviously, but I think that maybe art should become more of a narrow path. Who knows, right? Maybe there has to be some sort of quality control, but at the same time, there is this disconnect between what it means to make art within a system and what it means to make art as a, say, a digital artist or someone who has an Instagram account. I think the same problems that plague academia are the same problems that plague the art world, in terms of people who are very disenfranchised, who are quote unquote canceled, or who can't find a voice within the institution. They're going to direct publishing, because you can make something like, and you could just put it out there instantly. Like, I think it's interesting though how every one of us here, we sort of rely upon not just digital art but internet culture. Like, I'm more of a traditional artist. I use traditional medias, but yet a lot of my pieces are heavily reliant upon meme culture and things like that. And so I think that when you're attempting to lift something out of impermanence, because that's what meme culture is, it is a evanescent cycle of trends that are very fugitive, that arise and fall apart. And when it comes to artists trying to appropriate it, I think that they're going, like, at least the mainstream, quote unquote mainstream people, are going to find out that it's very difficult to take the same sort of milieu that people growing up on the internet have and trying to, like, you know, put that within the gallery and in the Biennale systems. I think, like, I don't know, the thought of like someone painting like Pepe the Frog and like putting in the Venice Biennale, it's like, oh my God, you know what I mean? Then you know the meme is dead, right? Because as soon as it reaches the light of day to the normies, then it's gone. But that's the beauty of meme art. It's like graffiti, right? You know it's going to get buffed out, but there's something about the intangible nature of trying to capture that I think the art world has to reckon with. Same way academia has to reckon with self-publishing. Like, there are people who are publishing quote unquote dangerous ideas right now that are getting massive traction. And I think, like, the people viewing this, I think I know, you know, you can name the names, right? But that's the thing. In some ways, we can't go back to true art elitism, whether that's a good or bad thing. Like, I think that's a valid debate, right? So,
what is art elitism?
well, I think, but see, that's the thing. Any institution inevitably crumbles. I mean, you have for example, in the 19th century, you had the academic style of art.
What is it? I mean, I know what's around it, what's ambient, but what would you say? What is art elitism? I mean, is that just circulating art?
But is it the elitism of taste, or is it the taste that
for those who can afford it? You know,
for those who can afford it, or is it
the
taste
of those who can afford it? I mean, these are basically
But,
mathematicians.
yeah, exactly. But that's the debate, right? I think that.
The debate is, I wouldn't. Well,
but what is taste? But that's the thing. What is taste? That's the thing.
Matters.
I mean, because I think nowadays we have that sort of crisis of taste, in my opinion. I think that, well, in some respects, yes, some respects, no. I think that there is interesting art in the art world that's being made, but
Yeah.
I think at the same time, a lot of artwork that is trending towards commodification. I mean, we all know about like Cause or other artists who have a very like unique style. But
Right.
then, but there's other people that like quote unquote normies find disgusting that I happen to love and enjoy. Like I'm a huge fan of Damien Hirst. I've written reviews of his work, and I think that what he's doing is probably some of the most fugitive out there art right now. But yet people look at it and they're like, oh well, it's just like a lamb in a box in formaldehyde. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, he's been around for a while.
Yeah, the YAB is like really the
Yeah, I think it would
trendsetters, right?
be a mistake to narrow the art. I mean, I think there's like some miraculous art going on right now. The last fairs, not festivals. I stand corrected. I've seen some marvelous things, and the issue was I couldn't really afford them. Couldn't because they had been inflated in value, so that nobody actually at the fair, even at the affordable art fairs, you have ridiculous prices. So let artists become more like artisans and create more art, even if it's bad art. At least they're doing something, and if they can't make enough money from it, they'll drop out. Unless there's UBI, in which case they won't, and they'll continue being bad artists. But at least they won't be bad politicians.
Then everyone will be a bad artist.
Or bad anything else, you know. It is not a tragedy. There's no crisis. There's no fucking plague on the art world right now. The only crisis is you can't sell art and you can't survive. Like, forget about the community. There's no art community. Everyone's out for themselves, please. Except a few people in a few circles, maybe. But when the money's on the line, they turn on each other every single time without fail. So I would say this would be a great opportunity to get out meme art, cartoon art, try to expand Patreon and different ways of collecting small dollars, personalize art, you know, and offer it personalized. In ways, I'm not a visual artist in the sense I'd never be a painter, but if you could actually, you know, tailor art for each customer, for each buyer, let's see, not even call them fucking collectors anymore. Let's just buy it and democratize it rather than make it more elite, because it's getting ridiculous. I'm going to staple a roll of toilet paper to the wall. It's going to be my banana.
Yeah, but in some ways it's already happening. I mean, with digital art, for example, that's I think that in some ways it's a blessing and a curse, because there's a lot of digital artists that are making money off of prints, but yet there still is sort of the natural community that gets revolved around it, and there's all this like politics behind the scenes. But for me, I don't know, I'm not a digital artist, so maybe I can't speak to that. At
a certain price, everything will sell, including, you know, my toenail clippings. Well, maybe that's a negative value, but at a certain price point, everything in the gallery will be sold, and that price is what it's fucking worth. It's not worth a cartel warehousing them in galleries, you know, an artist selling 2 works a year and trying to survive on that, because it's like the prices are so inflated. Open the fucking warehouses, open the galleries, let the market decide what is the worth, let it go in a month, and let everything and everyone enjoy art.
I don't think Adam Smith's invisible hand is a curator. It's more of like
it's
like
his invisible middle
8
finger.
hands of fucking destruction and maybe like 1 or 2 of creation.
Nobody, the invisible hand works. It does work. Like Lev Show is an example of street fight capitalism. It works. He's fighting for attention among 10 million people who are looking for attention. And so art can be street level, street fight capitalism, where it just sells at a value. You let it go for whatever somebody's willing to pay within a reasonable amount of time. But the capitalism we're talking about within the art galleries, it's cartel. We don't want cartels anymore. It's a cartel that's determined by the fucking usurious, predacious rents in New York City.
Yeah, that's
So it's not.
But at the same time, but the thing is, if it's purely the free market, then I think like that's already happened. Then like, okay, I'm not like casting shade on anyone, but then everyone would just be buying like Thomas Kincaid and Bob Ross. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, Thomas Kincaid was a masterful painter, but
Right.
you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, what you're trying to say is going back to the idea of the health of the elites, that the taste of the elites does somewhat still determine the taste that other people are going to adopt as being fashionable. So another thing that I'm curious about here is within, let's say, the more discriminating art world of the quote-unquote elites, however we want to call them. My big concern, and this is much more, let's say, in architecture rather than art, is we've been seeing a lot of architecture that, to me personally, has been kind of demoralizing. Where you see something that looks like a giant green butt plug in the middle of Paris, which is supposed to be a Christmas tree.
Was that the Jeffrey Koons one?
I don't know who did that, but or having buildings that look like they're just destroyed and mangled, just all this confusion that people would be looking at every single time they walk around the city. To me, that's an example of a kind of illness that's going through the elites today. And again, I say elites like, you know, anybody could be an elite at a certain point, but it's like a club of people who know whether you are in it and know whether you are not in it. So as far as those people go, how could we make this a lot healthier? And Patrick, do you notice that kind of sickness that I'm talking about, where it's like pure chaos?
Well, you know, I think that architecture is representative of the conditions. I mean, at the same time, it also was avant-garde at its time. It was trying to break through the grid. It was trying to cut up the rigidity and the negativity of modernism's flaws. So it's another utopic thing that quickly became dystopic and put Cooper Union in jeopardy. But that was designed by a radical architect. So it's like a sword that cuts both ways, perhaps. And I think that kind of shard architecture with all its chiseled edges kind of reflects all that chiseling and scraping that goes on in these data and financial companies that inhabit these buildings. So that's kind of ironic and apropos at the same time. But you know, people really focus on the art market because we're in New York and it's such a pressure cooker and it's expensive and it's packed full of people who bring resources from all over the world trying to make a big splash. And there's a champagne cork popping every second. And that's just like how it always was, right? But the core of art is the discourse. It's about discussions and it's about people communing. That's why people come here, to be part of that and generate that thing that turns into movement. And I think if they can't travel and they have the internet, then, you know, we're still at the morning dawning, like, you know, over caffeinated breakfast of the desktop revolution for art, because there's so much potential there. We've all been talking about that in little bits and pieces, because let's face it, most art ends up in the trash can. If you went to art school, you know at the end of the semester, 80% of the drawings, and there's just like, it's a ridiculous amount of waste. Just because you have to experiment and try and fail. And you see that it's just all public on the internet, but there'll be gems from that, and those will be saved and elevated and historicized and lauded, and people want a piece of this or that just because they grew up with it and loved it. So we can count on that. We don't want to like wait for that, because otherwise it's like a Twilight Zone episode where, you know, we're carrying around our digital toys in poverty until, like, you know, we get a windfall when it's just about too late and have a heart attack from all the
I'm Christian Nielsen and you're watching
on getting paid.
Do you think there would be like
Christina?
Yeah, do you think there would be more of an emergence of like VR galleries in the next year or so because of this whole COVID thing?
Yeah, we're working on that right now. You can set up a VR gallery on online viewing room right now. It takes you 5 minutes.
Is that what you were mentioning before, where you're doing like a head scan of?
Well, there's two things. One, you can scan a space, and then you have like full, you know, 3D use of it. It's not like a basic 360 where you're in a bubble and you move from bubble to bubble, but it's actually a full rendering. So it is a real VR experience. It's kind of uncanny in a headset, actually. But,
yeah, because I'm more curious to see like how many more virtual art spaces and galleries will pop up, because even with like VR now, like you can do things like experience like the Versailles Castle, and they'll do 3D scans of like whole historic buildings that you can just literally walk through and still be like standing in your living room. So.
And that's very impressive to think that we can go inside of Versailles. And something tells me that a lot more people would be into going into a Versailles as opposed to going into the Oculus. Even though I like the Oculus as far as an idea, I like it as being this alien that landed in Manhattan and is now occupying the space. There is also something, to me at least, very cold about it, and it looks like a fish skeleton. It really does, the way that it's, the way that it's built. So the reason why I'm mentioning this is there was a comment by Super Iron Bob. This is likely a source of the meanness and denigrative nature of public art, as far as the butt plug Christmas tree that I was mentioning earlier. So this is something that I don't think we've quite addressed here, and I really want to get a better idea of what could be done to sway people away from having these much more destructive exhibitions on display that people could, let's say, in the art world, like, look at. If somebody who made this butt plug Christmas tree happens to be a famous artist, happens to be in the circle of other artists, it may become a naked emperor situation where people are going to be afraid to criticize it. People are going to be afraid to say, no, this is no good, this sucks. So how do we change that so that this art world that does, like it or not, inform what people are going to be exposed to on a daily basis walking around the city? What do we do to heal that in an honest way, but also in a compassionate way?
I want to hear what Saturnalia has to say.
Yeah, Saturnalia, you haven't spoken for a long time.
I like to observe, man. Sorry. So you're probably not going to be the biggest fan of what I'm about to say, but I find it basically impossible to take an optimistic viewpoint that a lot of you seem to. So if I mean, I'm not an artist myself. I'm like a finance guy. If we look at the actual like material conditions surrounding the art world, the last 2 months and basically everything surrounding coronavirus and the Fed's activity in the equities market, the bond market, particularly the real estate market, has served to greatly deepen wealth inequality, and more importantly, set us up for like another 5 to 10 years of just absolutely inescapable wealth inequality. So, I mean, obviously, like if you look at the equities market, which is going to go higher in the next 5 years, probably lower in the short term, but if you look at who owns equity as well, it's the 1%. So we're going to see millionaires and billionaires doing great as the average person basically gets completely crushed. So I think that will basically lead to a stratification like alongside this within the art world. I can't see it not leading to that. So I think that the idea that this is somehow going to bring down like these elitist, whatever you want to call it, decadent tastes, I think that's false. I think it'll intensify them. I think it'll get more stratified. But I think that does leave open basically room on the ground floor. You know, like I think that there will be people who can afford high art, and there will be people who can't, and the people who can't will be open to basically the internet. The internet will break stuff open for them. That will have. I mean, you already talked about like Patreons and GoFundMe's or whatever. And
Saturnalia, you are so aptly named, and I could not agree more with you. I mean, that's a great point. There's nothing special about this disease, corona. I mean, it doesn't even have the virtue of being sexually transmitted. It is it is completely banal.
Excellent interview.
Yeah, and basically, do you guys know Michel Houellebecq?
Yes.
Yeah, you would, and you're wearing a black hat and stuff, so you would. Anyway, he commented he's been mocking all the literary stars of France, much to the delight of the French public. They're loving every minute of him, and he basically said life is just going to be the same, except
but
it's
intensified.
No, it's going to be shittier.
Shittiness is going to
nothing is going to be much different than it is right now. It's just going to be a lot shittier than it is right now. That's Michel Houellebecq, who on the day of the slaughter of the cartoonists published his book Submission on that very day 5 years ago. I think he knows. I think I would take his prophecy more than any.
But but further to Saturnalius's point, I think this is true. Like, it seems that with the VR technology, there was, and Patrick would know this because I was researching his art. And by the way, I love your artwork. I think it's great. I think like it gives me the nostalgic like early internet vibes. It seems that VR technology was there in a hot minute in the early '90s. Like I remember Terrence McKenna had this one lecture.
Tim Leary.
Oh, and
yeah.
But by the way, Gio, I also want to let everybody know that I am currently showing through our live stream 2 images of art that Patrick created. One is with the surfer Bethany Hamilton, and there's a very interesting shape around her, kind of reminds me of the Kabbalistic Sephiroth system. And the other one is a porcelain towel, which is really cool looking. It kind of gives me, for some reason, it gives me like a Jackson Pollock vibe of just like this.
The surfer one gives me like almost an Italian futurist like depiction of motion, but like in a digital mainframe. I think like I remember Terrence McKenna was talking about this one gallery in Montreal. It was called Osmos, if I recall, where it was you were hooked up in essentially to an early like '90s VR, and that you were given free play in an immersive digital experience where you would like travel through trees and things like that, like digital imagery. But it seems that nowadays we sort of went away from that. We sort of went away from immersive experiences, and now it's coming back in. I mean, I guess VR is always like one of those perpetually coming in and out of things, but it seems that for the longest time people just want a basic interface. They wanted just to consume. And even VR, like, would you choose to have a transcendental experience within VR, or would you choose to like become your favorite like comic book superhero, you know, like Ready Player One? But as to Saturnalius's point, I think it's very interesting that all of these institutions seem to be crumbling. Like people are just slowly, like, for, you know, pardon my French, but not giving a shit anymore. Like it's the same thing that happens in academia. Like we can name like artists and academics who have been quote unquote canceled or who have just become embittered by the whole process, that it's like now you could just put a meme online, or you could have a Twitter following, and you could like basically have like highbrow people talking about you just because you publish like a meme ebook, right? So it seems that there's that basic like dissonance where the barbarians are sort of like going to take over in this like post, like this individualized like hyper digital poverse hellscape that we're going to enter into, right? So
yeah, I mean, I probably should have finished that off by saying that even though we're basically seeing like an evacuation of like physical goods or money or whatever to these like elite institutions, we're going to see the exact opposite. We're going to see an evacuation of influence from them down into the common world, basically. I mean, you see like like Twitter has more influence on, like 1,000 times more influence on the global culture than, I mean, no offense, but like parts of the New York art scene. I mean,
yeah, even our criticism is being transformed. Like I could, like, you know, the fact that like I came close to being blocked by Jerry Saltz, I find that like as a badge of honor, because I said he'll never be as great as Clement Greenberg. But you know what I mean? Like even stuff like that, like it's so peevish and out there, but yet at the same time it's a sadness, because you're right, like the market is transforming, society's transforming, and not for the good. Like I happen to agree with Houellebecq. I think that our individualism and atomization, is that how you say it? How do you say it? Houellebecq, yeah. I think that, like he said, he hit the nail on the head, right? Like that our atomization will just further increase. But who knows, maybe like people won't use VR or these new digital interfaces for escapism. Maybe they'll use it for good for once, right?
Yeah, or maybe you package art with narcotics and a little bit
and
servantry, you know, servitude.
Well, speaking of narcotics, I think that there's been a resurgence lately in ayahuasca, DMT, and psychedelics as far as influencing art. And I see it a lot in your artwork, Patrick. And in fact, I'm going to bring up one of those, which is this beautiful psychedelic piece you did about your ayahuasca experience, where there's this beautiful orange grid with what I believe is clouds around it. And I could definitely imagine perceiving something like that in this psychedelic state. And what I'm curious about here is
can we see it?
Yes, I showed it on the live stream right now, and I want to show it to you, but I don't want to risk doing screen capture, or else I'll screw everything up. But anyway, it's such a beautiful piece, and what I'm curious about here is you also have, let's say, in terms of the spectral, people like Marina Abramovic, who is also one of the featured artists in your digital virtual gallery project. And you've noticed recently there was that Microsoft video that she did, which, harkening back to what we talked about virtual reality, incorporated her Two Hearts exhibition in the frame of VR, but also there was such a big pushback to her. Microsoft took down the video. So what I'd like to discuss here, and I'm curious about Gio's and Saturnalia's point of view specifically, because you guys really deep into all this stuff, not like surface level normie ways of seeing it, because I don't want to look at this stuff either as just like, oh, this is like bad or evil or stuff like that. I want to dig down deep and see what exactly is going on here. And I think as a fellow psychedelic traveler, Patrick, you are also aware of these various worlds, positive, negative, black, white, all these different energies that are going around. But to start it off, I want to go to Gio, then Saturnalia.
I'll maybe go to Saturnalia first, because I'm trying to think of...
Okay, Saturnalia, you go first.
Sure. So I mean, it's always very interesting to me that people you can draw this through line between psychedelia, mysticism, and like virtual reality / cybernetics. I mean, I think these things have always been like pretty closely associated historically, and for good reason. I mean, in the 1990s, or I believe Timothy Leary said that VR was the LSD of the 90s. And whether that was true then, I don't know, but I think it's certainly true now. I think that he might have been a little bit too far ahead of his time in that.
Was that the video that he did with Genesis Pure Ridge? Was that the one?
I don't know. I just saw the quote written down.
Yeah.
But,
how to operate your brain. How to operate your brain. That was.
I have a lot of thoughts on Genesis Peorage too.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think that it's very interesting because, like me and Saturnalius, and to a lesser extent, Christina. Like I don't know. I don't want to throw her under the bus because professional job. But no. But we interact with a lot of people who are on the more traditionalist or esoteric or like, what would you call it, like esoteric lines of thinking that are more predominantly on the political right. And I think that I'm like within like the minority of that actually appreciates things like brutalism and Marina Abramovic's work. I think that she is indicative of a trend of sort of reintroducing mysticism and the occult and metaphysics within the contemporary art world. But I think that a lot of the interpretation of that becomes like, the Alex Jones, like, she's a demonic priestess, of the New World Order. And I think that's a valid criticism, because I think like when you rub shoulders with a lot of these elite people who have very nefarious goals and who have various nefarious characters and ideas, I think that you have to some degree divorce that from what she's actually trying to do. I think that there is this ties into what we're talking about with entheogens and things like that, and cybernetics. I think that the fact that she's willing to become one of the first artists to use VR, that's a further extension of her investigations into the world of the occult and the mystical. And I think that's valid. I mean, of course, I'm going to terribly offend a lot of my followers, but I think that you could go a lot of different ways with that.
Oh, I mean, I think so. I mean, it's very interesting to me that Abramovich had to come out and defend. She had put this statement out saying, like, defending herself, that she is not a Satanist. She is not a like an evil wizard, which I mean is true. I mean that she's absolutely correct in that. If you like really do like a deep dive into like the symbolism and the stuff she's referencing, it's not satanic. She's not a Satanist. That's just not true. There's a lot of stuff in there about like Greco-Roman mystery cults and like
Demeter and
stuff like that. So I mean, well, yeah, it's stuff. I don't know. I mean,
well,
a lot of people do think that's satanic. But...
The goddess you were mentioning in your very interesting and very in-depth Twitter posts about Abramovic, you were talking about Babylon, which was the goddess that Aleister Crowley wanted to summon. And I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit about that in relation to Marina Abramovic.
So I mean, I've never seen Abramovic like mention the concept of like the Gnostic Babylon or Crowley's Babylon. But if you just if you know what that is, like you can watch any of her works, even stuff like Rhythm Zero, or which is like also known as The Artist is Present. Her statements are like transparently referential to that. Within the system of Thelema, Babylon is this like transcendental mother, whore, virgin, like feminine figure. People like to say that it's woman liberated, but it's a lot more than that.
It's the Dionysian aspect of it, right? Yeah.
Kind of, but it's more than that. Babylon is like the all. She's you can liken her to the concept of Nui and Hadi.
Or what about the concept of Kali in Hinduism?
Yes. Oh God, in I forget which book of it was Crowley's. Kali is an aspect of Babylon. Babylon is more analogous to Shakti, and Kali is like an avatar of Shakti.
Well, Shakti is that primal energy that animates the universe, one that you would experience in states of being on the psychedelic or in states of doing Kundalini yoga. So we were talking a little bit about this with Patrick before, about these altered states. So I'm curious, Patrick, how much have you looked into these very interesting connections with Marina Abramovic, as well as your own personal journey down the rabbit hole?
I think it's interesting to think of like expanding the context of the art world. If you go back that 50 years to when she, was starting that work on performance art, it was all about, we know it because of video, right? Which was the last disruptive technology that came in and democratized cinema, which is also a very elitist situation because, or at least is now, where it's really hard to make a movie, unless you're particularly in a network and there's a limited number of people in that crew. Because it's just like there's just so many like Hollywood stars, and we have like maybe an attention span about who we're going to listen to, or those that have become models. But we just saw that kind of breakdown too, right? Like people lost a lot of affection for people because of the kind of, again, those disparities, that kind of rupture between realities. And so I keep looking for the upside here because I think that we have this 5D media, we have this fifth estate.
Wait, what do you mean by 5D media? Because you've used that more than once.
Oh yeah, right. So that's really the era shift, that we have interactive, online distributed communications platforms that are more or less usually free, right? So and in these virtual spaces, we dialed back our avatar thing because it really wasn't ready, but that technology already exists, and we'll be doing that, and that'll be interesting for certain people who don't want to get on a plane, who don't get on planes for environmental reasons, or can't get on a plane for various reasons. So it's going to connect more people and still provide interesting experiences. People spend more time looking at an interactive thing because they get to express themselves as they look at it. So instead of just like flipping through an Instagram thing, which is great for certain things, obviously, and it brought a lot of new things to the forefront. People will be spending like a few minutes in a room looking at things just the way they would in a gallery, in a similar way. Maybe minus the social aspect, but maybe the social aspect got so strong that like it was just a bit of a party and people forgot to look and didn't have time to read the liner notes or the wall text that they would really like to. So when we scanned some, shows that we really loved, like I was really happy to be able to go back to a show and read the wall text and understand what the curator's intent was and revisit a work that I may have like neglected to see or somebody told me about. So those conversations that exist in our memory and in our social discourse, text messages on the phone, whatever, or in person, now have another shared reference point. Or, just like, and think about like someone mentioned Jerry Saltz earlier that he's out there battling the trolls all day. It's like a fist fight in a bar in the 1970s.
Wait, who's battling the trolls all day?
He's putting himself out there, like tripping over his feet, making missteps, apologizing, sharing love, trying to help people out, promote his book. He's got a lot going on, but he's become his own. He's made his own platform out of something that you would have been beholden to a magazine before, right?
Mm.
So for better or for worse, he gets to say whatever he kind of wants, and then people let him know how they feel about it. But that's interaction, that's discourse. That's good, that's healthy, right?
It's great to have personal liberation, but like we were talking before about different communities of like-minded people starting up who want to influence the world with money and the way that they see it, I do think that part of it would be for the sake of personal liberation of everyone. But a big philosophical question about freedom is, do you just want to be free from an oppressive government, or do you also want to be free from your own inclinations, which were put into you through your culture, through society? That's another kind of, you know what I mean, right, Gio?
That's the thing. What's the purpose of freedom? I think that's what we have to ask as artists. One of the greatest books I think that has ever been written on contemporary art is by John David Ebert, called Art After Metaphysics, where he clearly states out the thesis that with the great collapse of these meta-narratives, we have to really examine what is the reality that, Sloterdijk called foam, which is everyone's within a micro bubble, interacting within their own framework, and the artist has become an icon unto himself or herself or whatever. I think that we have to contend with the fact that when artists are free to do what they are doing on their own, in some ways that's like, the classic Eric Fromm, you're condemned to your own freedom. We have to really question the purpose of this artistic freedom, because does it produce something that is really cutting to people, or does it produce banality sort of after the orgy, like everything is not shocking anymore?
Yeah, it's like, is it easier to stand up or to sit down? It's easier to sit down.
What I wanted to ask, maybe Patrick knows a bit about this. Because I have friends who are on it. What do you think of the mission to further decentralize the internet, or to sort of wrestle it away from major operating systems and so forth? And this has implications. For example, do you know of Urbit? Like, what's your opinion on that sort of thing? I don't know a lot about Urbit, but all I know is that
I was just looking at The Voice today. Has anyone used Voice? It's like a new alternative platform, but. And I think that the premise sounds great. A lot of these things are gonna help. Obviously, Deleuze and Guattari, smooth and striated concept, right? We go through periods of like a conglomeration, or just like a welling, or monopolies that form, and then they get too big and they collapse. Or Microsoft is still around, but it's not Google, right? And Google's now maybe doing that too, and something's gonna kind of like. Or lots of other things are happening simultaneously, let's say, right? Like,
it's a strange market, though, because I don't think something like Amazon or Google are famous are great because they're easy to use or they're the best at what they do. It's more of they already have the audience built in from years and years. So now it's like it's much more effective to just do things on those platforms rather than take a chance on another one, not to mention all the government subsidies that these companies get. That's another...
like Windows operating system anyway. I mean, besides NT, like, it was a disaster. So... But then Android came along and people were like, okay, we have something, we have a third space here. And people are getting pretty robustly pissed off with Amazon, even if he has his rosebud moment and decides to give it all away to charity before he takes off to Mars. People might be like, I'm going to go shop at like my mom and pop store down the block and help out like the people I know in my neighborhood. I think that new localism is going to supplant a lot of this global nasty behemoths who were just like, they were kind of like, fuck everybody.
Well, speaking of those behemoths,
we're on the wrong trajectory for that, though. It's they're actually getting massive government bailouts. And, they're taking over the mom and pop stores after this. Oh,
yeah, your sound was a little bit weird. And by the way, before you go ahead, we have an interesting comment here from Halusophile. He said, well, first off, he said, thank you for saying this. He said, free from manipulation, which I think is something that goes for everybody who has ever existed on Earth. To get to a degree where you are less manipulated by other forces, I think is great. Of course, you could still be manipulated by certain parts of your culture, etc., and that's all good. Anyway, he also says, think deeper than that. Who are the parents of the founders? If if he's talking about like Bill Gates and I don't know about Jeff Bezos, but there is this other idea going back to like people like Marina Abramovic and other people that folks online see as like this untouchable elite that does not have good intentions in their mind. They like looking at the family history and looking at what are all these different connections going on. Like later on, we're going to do an episode about UFOs, which is coming up, by the way, guys. That's coming up with this next Wednesday, the 13th. Anyway, people are fascinated by things like Jet Propulsion Labs, aka Jack Parsons Labs, where you have this guy who is considered to be, the founder of modern rocketry during World War II, being very much into the occult, one of the greatest disciples of Aleister Crowley, and also there's been talk of him summoning demons. So people today with the internet are very fascinated when they hear things like this, and I don't think we can separate the conversation anymore and just pretend that these things are not being discussed. So someone who I haven't heard that much from today, but I'm curious if you have any views on this whole other metaphysical side of the conversation is Christina. I have no idea what your reaction to this would be, but I'm curious where you stand on this, because you've been around different things on Twitter that talk about all this stuff. So what's your perspective?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay, that's fine.
Well, no, I was gonna ask
like
Christina.
I follow all of it, but I just don't know how to like formulate it into like an.
What's your gut reaction that you get from looking at all this stuff? Is it total nonsense? Is there something to it?
It's just like association with certain people, like Marianne Abramovich. Like I appreciate where she comes from like a deeper like artistic like stance, but then it's like all these things that you see online where they just associate her with all these like just
John Podesta.
Yeah, like bad like dark people. It's hard to not like develop like a visceral feeling like where you just feel uncomfortable and you don't like it, if that's what the stuff that you follow and you consume all the time. So it's hard to make a judgment that's not biased if you follow certain things online, right?
Well, Christina, I wanted to ask you, what do you think of the direction of the animation industry as it is now? Because I have friends also who are want to be in it, and do you think that animation has become more gate-capped and more sort of exclusive, or do you think like the heyday of like early internet indie animation, like for example Newgrounds, do you think that there's still a place for that, or is it just the giant corporations like YouTube just basically destroyed all of that?
It's good and bad. Like the animation world is very fragmented. Like there's still a space for indie films and independent animation projects to just be put online and flourish. You just have to develop something that will and like generates like an audience of people that like it. The fact that it's so saturated and there's just literal like shit being pumped out of the animation industry all the time, it's good and bad, because at least it gives a lot of artists a means to make money, but they're not really creating anything that means anything. You're working on like 40 hours a week on a kid's show with like little characters that just bounce around, and it's like, yeah, I'm an artist, but it's like, what are you making? It's like it doesn't. Some of those
are like a call too, right? So
but it's also like it's just creating entertainment, even if it doesn't mean anything. And it's so weird because there's a lot of people working in animation, and a lot of stuff from the States, because I live in Canada, they outsource stuff here because our dollar is worth less than the American dollar. So a lot of animation studios in Canada end up becoming kind of like just like work farms for doing like the mass like bitch work that
like what Korea was back in the day with the Simpsons.
Yeah, so and now everything that is being done in Canada is moving to places like Philippines, India, and China, and just any other country that's willing to work for less. But it's like, and then the quality keeps declining. So it's like, I don't know. It's just like a big mess. Like, and I'm seeing now like an animation where a lot of people are losing their jobs because there's people just willing to work for 50% or even less of the same like wages that we're being paid. So yeah,
that's a very
brutal.
Yeah,
it's a big topic to cover. It's interesting to like think about where things are headed, but it's like also kind of scary.
I think what Christina and Gio were talking about earlier, or both in different ways, is kind of like the content flooding that we're all dealing with. You can say the same thing is happening in music. Like if you discover somebody that you really like, it's like picking out a seashell on a putrid beach of just like various types of garbage. A lot of it, which is made by AI, although there is a lot of AI music that's actually kind of good already.
Yeah.
Have you seen Elsa Gate, by the way? Do you remember Elsa Gate?
Oh, yeah.
So that's the AI example, I think. I don't know how much of that stuff was made by AI, but what I noticed was that a lot of it just had really bad colors. Like the way that they had Elsa and Spider-Man and all these characters, like they tried appealing to the kids, but even today, the non-Elsa Gate kids videos out there just look very ugly. Some of the claymation ones are nice, but most of them are just very, very ugly as far as having these bright primary colors. And I don't think it's that healthy for people to, especially at a young age, consume all these bad
even
colors.
Memes are being made by AI now.
Oh,
I mean,
God.
how many, like, no way, like, all these, like, you know, neats on 4chan are making all these peppies. Like, come on now. Like, there's got to be some kind of AI learning program.
Maybe, I don't know.
The government's unleashing.
I don't know if it's of that state yet, but I would feel really bad if I completely let go of this question, and I have no idea whether or not, Patrick, you would even have an answer as far as your experience in it. But I don't want to let it go, so I want to ask you back to Babylon and Aleister Crowley and all this stuff. In your psychedelic journey, how do you see all of these different forces? How much of it do you see as just being complete rubbish, just something that people do to entertain themselves with, put on a show, put on airs? And how much do you really think does influence people for better or for worse?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a bit of like the I don't know, toilet paper coming out of the nose, trickery, when you're trying to describe things that are, you know, ethereal, immaterial, incorporeal, like indescribable, ineffable, right? It's tricky territory, and also it's fraught with all kinds of various problems, cultural, social. The way, you know, things are sort of discussed in like kind of now age parlance is like, you know, expanded dimensional existences, right? So and those drugs reflect those kind of awareness. Like even high doses of THC can give you kind of a fifth dimensional condition. Ketamine, DMT, and then the mother of them all, Iowa, and so these are very real things too. They kind of they mesh really well with virtual experiences. You kind of feel like you went to the cloud, especially on Toad Medicine. It's like you just plugged in and then you can pull back out. It's like, I don't know, Existence meets the Matrix meets, you know, smoking something. But and I you know, I have to see if it's a thing for you to look at, but it's you know, the history of art has always been kind of like exploration, experimental, drugs, and then conclusions and normalizing. And then it's, you know, we go back to this feeling of experimentation and embrace that, and then they're like, yeah, we're producing crazy garbage, we're making a mess. But then, you know, these beautiful things pop up like mushrooms, and it's fantastic. It's amazing. Like you discover like a new piece of art that like opens up something, or you have an experience that changes your life. I mean, these are amazing things, and they probably just, you know, don't exist in the world's. If we're getting bored, we probably maxed out the type of thinking pattern that we already know too much about, you know, and we're not knocking on the next door yet, but we're kind of getting ready. And that boredom is actually like a precious moment. I think we're all feeling that right now. We're just like, okay, we, you know, don't have these other obligations, or we can just kick back a little bit more than we ever did. This is a really great time to get bored and then figure out, okay, so now, you know, it's talked about often that boredom is a really good basis from which to have an intense creative act, because we've allowed the mind to reset. I don't know. Gio, do you know who talks about this? I forget.
I think it's, you know, it's funny because I was watching this lecture by a radical ecologist. His name is Derek Jensen, and he was talking about how, and he writes a lot of books, and he said, you know, a lot of my life is just spent in quiet, doing nothing, just thinking, and just really not particularly being quote unquote productive. And I think as an artist, that is a great insight into how the mind works when it comes to the creative act, because you have to condition yourself. It's almost like yoga in a way. You know, why do you think all the stretches came about? Like, that's Western yoga, but that's not like real jhana yoga, because those exercises are just to condition your body to sit in long periods of meditation. And maybe perhaps the creation of art and art making is almost like that. So yeah.
Well, they also help your body to, from what I understand, have the Shakti move through it in different ways that it otherwise wouldn't. It basically helps make your entire being much more sensitive to whatever forces are coming up. But also, it's very important that yoga be paired, and you know, all the yogis say this, it has to be paired with the was it yamas and niyamas. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but the idea here is that you would have to have, let's say, adopt a certain way of being towards other people. Obviously, you have to be a good person, you have to start helping other people, you have to be conscious of the things that you say to other people. And why I think this is important, to the point that Patrick, you were bringing up earlier, that these psychedelics are opening people up to another world. What my, let's say, concern here would be is that there's always another side of the coin. And if you are opening yourself up with the help of psychedelics to things that you, especially that you have not trained your own body to undergo, my concern is that if we're talking about, we could call them just thought forms, like Carl Jung was talking about these various archetypes. I think it's possible, whether or not these exist in the formal sense, to call upon certain ways of being when you're in such an open state, that it's not always going to be sunshine and butterflies that are going to be coming out. Sometimes it's going to be things that, let's say, people in the more traditionalist Christian sphere of Twitter would consider to be demonic. And that is the kind of energy that I think that they are very concerned about when it comes to, you know, people in power, dabbling in the occult, yada, yada, yada. But I just want to cement what I'm saying here and present it to you on a platter, and see what you think of it. What do you think about this negative aspect to this opening up for people who are not ready, and has it already affected our society in some way? And I would love to hear from Saturnalia and Gio as well about this.
These things are definitely not to be trifled with. At the same time, some of the mystical experience I've had have been through yoga and meditation, deep meditation, breathing techniques. These are ancient secrets. Like, you don't even need, your body can trigger these things. You can, the lungs are an amazing device for
Wim Hof method.
Yeah, for cleaning the body, energizing the body. Wim Hof is fantastic. And sometimes they're very weird. I did a Dr. Sagan breathing exercise from a YouTube video. It was 45 minutes, and I had an out-of-body experience. And I was like, had a vegetarian diet and drank water that day. So this was, you know, I was pretty much by myself, right? I was working with a meditation group that we were hosting at the Art Space, and we tried over 100 different types of meditation. That was part of the fun. We had a different teacher each time. It wasn't about a guru. It was about plurality. It was about trying things. And this one was frankly scary. But so I wouldn't get into these things lightly. I think we stumbled upon it because we had already been through, you know, the more, you know, general things. So so there are limits and you know, there are boundaries, and people push them.
Well, let's say like this. In the Kybalion, and I don't know how many people here have read the Kybalion, they talk about this world being a mental world where your own thoughts would be able to change reality. I have no way of saying whether exactly this is true or not, but Patrick, do you subscribe to that kind of an idea that at a certain level people are able to change reality based on their thoughts?
Well, they're able to change their reality because their filtering mechanism is constantly modulated by their mindfulness, right? You talked about like mindfulness and wellness; those things are coupled, right? They're kind of like a yin.
Mm-hmm. Well, Saturnalia, I'm curious what you think. Like, is it just people being able to change their reality, or could people change the reality that's around them to a certain extent?
Well, sometimes it certainly seems like you can change the outside reality. I mean, I have no way of saying whether that's objectively true or not. I kind of wanted to get into the just the idea of like the psychedelic revolution, or like whether we're going to have another one of those like in the 60s, because you said that there's two sides to this coin, and I mean there's that Hunter S. Thompson quote about how the hippies found a meat hook behind a $2 tab of acid, not enlightenment. And so, I mean, if you look at like the psychedelic revolution in the 60s, it ended with Altamont and Charles Manson. It didn't end in like this.
It ended up in this. This is the effect of the 60s. They built this thing.
Oh, and also I'm going to add someone
that idea.
For bad, yeah.
That's virtual reality.
Someone did a really smart Twitter post where they said that the hippies who were taking LSD, now they're microdosing and they're creating all these advertising algorithms or these military-industrial complex weaponry. That's what they're engaging with, you know, not bringing about world peace. And that is kind of like a funny side of the coin, like you were talking about, Saturnalia. But I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. Sorry, I don't know where I was going with that.
Well, we were talking about the other side of the coin, negative influences.
I mean, I think that if you spend a lot of time online, you see there's been actually in the last 2, 3, maybe 5 years, there's been kind of like a harsh reaction against the use of psychedelic drugs, particularly among like Christian and like I don't want to say like right wing or reactionary communities, but you know what I mean, like highly online guys like that. And I mean. What's very interesting for me to notice is that psychedelics are not necessarily part of the counterculture. Like if you go to a liberal arts college, or even like I have a buddy who's at a tech college, all these like basically people who you would think of as like tech bros, they're all microdosing. They're all smoking DMT. It's not a countercultural thing. It's a cultural thing. So I'm not exactly sure where that's going to lead.
But to add to that a bit. Oh, sorry to cut you off.
No.
Oh, don't worry about
it. Yeah. No, but to add to that, I think Patrick sort of brought up something that's very interesting to me, and I don't mean to like go full, you know, RSJW or whatever, but I think it's a valid point that when you bring in a lot of, for example, and the art world is dealing with this right now, obviously. I mean, to some extent, it's like that's all you hear about. But when you factor in, for example, like post-colonial studies and thought, I think that there's an aspect that, do you want hipsters to go to the Amazon and do ayahuasca? To put it bluntly, I think that you have to have a sensitivity, even Timothy Leary said about set and setting. I think that there is a cultural ontology there that you have to respect in terms of these entheogens. And the art world, for example, is dealing with this. But yet at the same time, it seems that with the commodification of identity, that you have like, you know, I hate to say like tokenism or whatever, but I think that there's certainly realities to that line of criticism that, yes, we are better at dealing with these issues, but at the same time, it just seems that a lot of art that gets produced nowadays that's in tandem with the psychedelic reality, there seems to be a reification of not just identity, but to take and uproot these cultures and their ontological context, and to say, okay, now we're going to put this in a gallery, or okay, now, you know, we're going to commodify quote unquote drug tourism. Like there's a lot of these issues that are very sensitive, and the thing is, in art, this is like ever present, this is like perennial. Like, I mean, this is like Gauguin like painting, you know, like nude indigenous women and stuff like that. Like there's all these issues of access, and I think that's the psychedelic thing. That's like another hyper extension of that, because you're essentially taking these drugs that are meant for the rituals and the cultures of these indigenous peoples. And that's like, there's so much thorny issues there. I mean, that's such, I mean, God, you could like talk for hours about that. Yeah. So
it's the whole globalism problem since internationalism, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Yeah,
you know,
100%. Yeah.
And that's totally fraught. And at the same time, there are long traditions globally with various art itself is a transition of transcendent engagement and type of shamanism or witchcraft or whatever you want to call it, right?
The first statues of the Buddha were made. I don't know. I mean, I hope I'm not being controversial. I think it's pretty good scholarship. That some of the first statues of Gautama Buddha were made by Greeks that came over from from Alexander, right? So there is that history of diffusion there. But you're right. The globalized digital reality. This just complicates it in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Well, I can even get even more controversial. Jason Giorgiani believes that the Buddha was Iranian, and he and Lao Tzu were the same person. And I find it to be very interesting, though, because I see a lot of similarity in Buddhism and Taoism, and this idea that
that's how Zen came about, right?
Yeah,
so, yeah,
exactly. Well, this idea that Iran and just like this place was such a cross-cultural mishmash of people transversing this area. You had the Romans being influenced by Mithraism, which, according to Giorgiani, contributed so much to Christianity as far as certain practices like the bread with the cross on it, and like Ash Wednesday, or even something like the army salute that was supposed to be the blocking of the sun from whoever it is that you are saluting, as if they are like this star person. And in a way, that's something like Aleister Crowley talked about as well. We are all star people. And we are all this, even in meditation. Like, I don't know, Patrick, if you saw this in meditation, you do get a chance to see what would be described as the self or the third eye, or the you could even say, and I may be controversial to the Christian people here when I say this, it may be when Jesus talked about that the only way to the kingdom of heaven is through me. I really don't think it would apply that people who have never heard of Jesus Christ would never get into the kingdom. I think it would imply that the way to go into the kingdom of heaven is a self-journey, and it's a journey that so many people have taken before through all these various mystery schools. And since this information is going out right now, there's obviously a lot of things that need to be sorted through with a fine-tooth comb. You know, certain things could just be hokum that people end up taking on as gospel. So I want to be careful when I talk about all this stuff to say,
it's like what Joseph Campbell said. I mean, in his famous world religions lectures, he's like, all these hippies, they go to India or wherever, and he's like, you have to really be cautious, because the same way we have like televangelists and all this here, like, unfortunately the East is still rife with like charlatanism and guru worship and things like that, and it can be a spiritual pitfall if you sort of indulge in a lot of these stuff without having a groundedness within your own tradition, right? So
absolutely. Yeah. And it's also funny how a lot of the hippies, and we could talk about Steve Jobs as not being part of this, but I don't really see, and I don't know, I just don't really see that many hippies who came up with the things that Nikola Tesla came up with. And Nikola Tesla was not a hippie. He dressed just like a regular Serbian gentleman who then went to the United States, very square, if you could say, like in his personal style. But his mind and his body were functioning at a way different level. In his biography written by a friend of his, it talked about how every time Nikola Tesla would breathe slowly, he would feel what would be the equivalent, I think, of Kundalini rising up and down through his body. So there are these states that can definitely, I think, be attained by people. But we gotta be real careful with this, like Gio was talking about, like Patrick, you were talking about, and how we channel this. And going back to my original point about whether or not people could change reality, it doesn't have to be like in this mystical way. Changing reality in terms of influencing people for better or for worse. So as far as, let's say, animation, going back to you, Christina, what is your take on today's animation as far as how it's influencing kids? Because kids are our future and all that.
It just depends what they're watching. So it's like you can show kids just regular Netflix garbage to keep them interested in or just entertained. So they just have something in front of them that's like bright moving pictures that'll just like, you know, get them into a trance where they're like, oh, look, these things are moving. Or you can show them things that might, you know, spark, you know, deeper thought or have them like just or inspire them to even like get into art in the first place, right?
No, definitely. I definitely love Spirited Away, all these Miyazaki films like I was talking about earlier. I think that's
that's normie stuff.
Normie stuff. What are you talking about? Okay, what's not normie stuff? Tell me like a non-normie animation that you would definitely give your kids.
I'd have to consult
Angel's Egg.
anime Twitter.
Well, anime is another thing that's like it's its own circle. It's its own fandom. And Christina, you are like, which fandoms would you say you have your legs in right now?
Right now, not really so much animation because I'm playing more games right now at the moment. But one of the last anime movies I watched that I don't know why I didn't see it recently was General Wolf Brigade. So I like more like cyberpunk, especially like Japanese, like 90s, like in 80s, like cyberpunk kind of stuff. But
interesting. One of my favorite from that era was Megazone 33. I don't know if you watched that or not.
No, I haven't seen that one.
Then I'm not going to spoil it, but it's really, really good. So,
okay, I'll check it
but
out.
Somebody was mentioning, let's see, Hallucinophile mentioned One Piece. I love One Piece. One Piece is one of my favorite. Patrick, have you ever seen One Piece?
No, it's on my list.
One Piece is great. It's about this world of pirates with Straw Hat Luffy who wants to become Pirate King and how he's searching for this treasure One Piece. And there was one part of this episode where Luffy had a chance to find out. I don't know if he had a chance to find out what One Piece was. Yeah, that was it. He had a chance to find out what One Piece was, but he decided against it. He did not want to spoil the ride. So I think in a way we are in a similar ride right now where we crave romance. We want to break free, or at least the people who feel that they're being stifled, that society is not the way that it wants to be. They are rebelling against the modern world, so to speak.
Society.
We live in a society. There is no it's
There's no society.
But
At least there's no FOMO anymore.
wait, what's FOMO?
You're missing out.
Fear of missing out. Yes.
Yeah, that's
No,
like
there's
such
nothing
a
going
millennial
on. You're
thing.
missing.
FOMO's over.
We've
Oh.
eliminated FOMO in the
You
world.
canceled it.
So
And,
we all
Not in the
feel
markets,
stifled.
man.
That's-
Not in capital markets.
and Hallucinophile also brings up a good point about One Piece that I completely forgot to mention. In the world of One Piece, they have this concept of a void century, which is this time that history forgot that was not recorded, and you have characters like Nico Robin trying to uncover all these pieces. She's pretty cool. She has the ability to extend her arms and legs, to extend her limbs in different areas, just to like have them pop out as flowers. But anyway, I like this concept of a void century because, Patrick, if you also noticed within this psychedelic community, and Gio, you've obviously noticed in the traditionalist community, there is a big yearning for things that we don't know that happened in the past, as far as Atlantis, Thule, all of these ancient... Agartha, exactly. Hollow Earth, Antarctica, what's going on there. So it's a very interesting romanticism, which I feel like a lot of anime has also showcased in its own way, including One Piece. But what I'm curious about is, Christina, in the world of just animation and video games, and I brought up this point before in one of our earlier live streams to people who are to Atrox and Fantashow. I don't know if you know them or not.
Oh, yeah, I know both of them.
Yeah, they're really cool. So the point that I brought up is that it seems like the animation and video game community is its own Ouroboros, which is the snake that's eating its own tail, where you have certain we have certain mythology that's been either passed down, or you have somebody like Clamp or the creators of Sailor Moon that I have no idea whether they researched any of this mythology or not, but I think they may be at such a high level that they're able to create things that look so much like all of these ancient depictions of gods, goddesses, the weaponry that they have, the staffs, like the Sailor Moon staff is just like the Caduceus, it's a pole with wings out. Same thing with Cardcaptor Sakura. But what I'm curious about here, getting back to my original point, is how much are people within the animation video game community curious about getting out of the Ouroboros and trying to figure out what exactly is the influence of all this stuff, and can we try to get new inspiration to create a new renaissance from within all of this mythology that's around us?
That's like trying to create something that's not already like influenced on like a pre-existing like mythological story, or just characters and throw these like stories in history. It's like it's difficult, especially if the people making that animation or game want to make money, because they want to develop things that resonate with people. Or you'll see, I've seen a trend recently now with a lot of games and shows coming out that all have Norse and Viking themes, where it's like, I guess that's one of the cooler things now.
Like a Vinland Saga?
Yeah, and the newest Assassin's Creed just got announced, and that one's set now in a Viking setting.
Oh God, not that one.
Yeah, and what is it? There's
Against the oppressive Christian Alfred.
Yeah, and it's just what sells. It's what's popular with people now, like medieval Viking, like just all that. And the people creating those things want to make their money back. So it's not like creating something, trying to be like a new visionary and bringing something like new to the table. It's just people, how can we put a new spin on it and kind of make it like our unique thing?
To reemphasize my point a bit, while that is definitely true, I'm more interested in the artists who are within your community, who are, let's say, not exactly the creators of these franchises, but people who would do fan art of these franchises. Could we, in a way, empower them to explore deeper down the rabbit hole and see what are the origins of all these different stories? Why not get to the source instead of just doing fan art of these properties, which I understand is better for exposure, because obviously, I know Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog, that's understandable. But it
we
would
know
be.
About Sonichu.
Oh, I love Sonichu. Chris Chan is great. But you see what I mean, right? Like, could we go deeper?
It's up to the artists to go deeper themselves. If like a lot of people will just consume media and just consume it at face value. They'll just see like, okay, I watched this thing or I read this thing, and then this is it. That's all that happened. They won't think about where did this come from in the first place? Like, what influenced the creator to even think about a lot of these things? And I remember thinking like, I remember when I thought like that, when I would just like consume something like, oh, this is so cool, this is sick. But then as you learn more about history or learn about like different cultures and origin stories, and you see where these creators are picking their influence from and what like little stories here and there that they're like stealing like little things from and then just putting a new spin on it, and then people have no idea where like the history of that even came from. They'll just think that that's something that was developed in that world, that universe, right?
Definitely.
So yeah, to encourage artists to go deeper, it's hard. They have to, I feel like they have to find it themselves, which is you have to have that spark of wanting to just know more about what you're consuming, right?
And we have a comment from, before I say the comment, by the way, the 15 people who are watching this right now, please, for the love of God, subscribe. We need more subscribers. We need to grow this thing. We are the greatest, most underrated channel on YouTube, and we bring all these different people together. Like you see, we have people from the traditionalist leaning, from New York City intellectuals. We have animators from Canada. We have esoteric people. We have I am so honored to be with all of you guys here today. You guys, Saturnalia just came back. I don't know if you heard me, but I just want to say I am so honored to have you here. You guys are the very best. Please, please subscribe. So anyway, we have a comment from Super Iron Bob. Sonichu died for your sins. And I don't know how many people know about Chris Chan. I know, Gio, you know about Chris Chan. And Patrick, do you know about Chris Chan? Patrick?
Oh, you guys go ahead. I was just trying to subscribe.
Oh man, I ruined it. I was supposed to wait till you subscribe. Well, anyway, Chris Chan is a very interesting case study for me because when I was young, I was a very big Sonic the Hedgehog aficionado. I used to make fan art. I used to back in third grade, I drew Sonic the Hedgehog's brother. And his name was Armo, and instead of arms, he had magnets on his hands, and he was green. And I also drew, I imagine so many people did, not imagine, it's definitely the case, further super forms for Sonic the Hedgehog. So for those who don't know Sonic the Hedgehog mythology, Sonic turns into Super Sonic when he gets all 7 Chaos Emeralds, and he gets 50 rings, he jumps up in the air, and he turns into a Golden Sonic, which was in turn inspired by Dragon Ball Z, which was in turn inspired by Journey to the West, talking again about, digging deeper into what all these things is about. Anyway, Christian Western Chandler grew up as a big Sonic fan. He won this Sonic the Hedgehog contest, but it kind of just stuck with him, where as he grew older, he is mildly autistic. As he grew older, he was living in this house full of clutter. His parents were hoarders, or his mom was hoarder, I believe, and her nickname is Snorlax. Anyway, yes.
You can't really describe him. You have to
It's like a whole mythology, and this is also what I'm fascinated by today, that people would grab on to this guy, Chris Chan, with this medallion of his fan art of Sonic the Hedgehog mixed with Pikachu.
Well, I think, you'd have to add that to make a more intelligent point out of something that's very deep, disturbing internet culture, troll. I think the point to bring Chris Chan into this would be he is, you would say, a living Truman Show in terms of the internet, because there were all these trolls that would troll him, they would pretend to be women and all this, and he was basically categorizing his whole life on the internet, day to day. And there's a whole Wikipedia based on just Chris Chan's called the Quikipedia, because his thing is called Quickville, Chris West Chandlerville, and he created this comic that's very poorly drawn. You would almost consider him folk art, if you were to make a connection there. And so he would make these very low grade PSN videos that would categorize his life, and he would do these songs, and he would just get trolled. And it's very terrible in some ways because he does have mental health issues, but he's the first example of a person totally monitored and surveilled by the internet. And I think that's really crazy, because a lot of these, it seems that meme culture, from my opinion, would be similar to in the quote unquote traditional art world, would be for example, performance and the role of installation art and performance, because those are things that are not very easily quantifiable in terms of disseminating. You can have, for example, I recently wrote for this publication this review of Anna Mendietta's art. She's one of my favorite contemporary artists. Rest in peace. What happened to her was a total tragedy. But her photography and video was very, very important to her, because you really couldn't bring to an audience this very site-specific type of artwork that is body performance and land art. And so digital simulacra takes over the role of the quote-unquote aura of the artwork. And so, for example, when you reference Chris Chan or any meme, it's you can't just look at one image. You have to go into the mythos of this quote-unquote sagas where Chris Chan is getting trolled by one person or whatever. It seems that in itself is almost performance art, but in the digital age. Of course, it's not intended to be. It's just very cruel people exploiting someone. But beyond all of that, you could say that the internet has become another site of the intangible, because you really, a lot of artwork, you can't just grab a hold of and buy. The banana was that. You bought the rights to it, and you could put a banana up on your wall yourself, right? And of course, the banana art has its own genealogy, because a lot of avant-garde and feminist artists have used it and so forth. But it's like that's not the point. The point is like you're buying the concept. Yeah.
I sent Patrick a picture of Chris Chan, by the way, for whenever you want to look at him. But the interesting thing for me about Chris Chan is I think there's a little bit of Chris Chan in all of us as far as being connected to all these subcultures. I mean, we have like furries, for example, people who draw amazingly, some of the most beautiful art I've ever seen as far as musculature, as far as, just like pure draftsmanship. But what's interesting to me about the furry subculture is that the costumes, they all kind of look similar. They're like these mascot costumes that they wear, and they're super colorful too, which is something that harkens back to what I was talking about with there being too many bright colors that kids are exposed to from a young age. And it's a very interesting combination to see these two things playing out. And to me, it is kind of like going back to an even earlier talk we had today, this idea of what does it mean to be free? If you are free, if you are like influenced by all this other thing in culture, what do you do with it? What's the point? Like, is it just a bacchanalia? Is it just you putting on a fursuit with air conditioning built in, because those are like the modern fursuits, they make sure that people don't sweat, and you just go around, and this conversation's going to get a little blue, just so you know. Who knows what yiffing is? Patrick,
Oh, God. Wow.
Patrick, do you know about yiffing?
No.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay, so these fursuits, they're really good. Like, they have modern technology, one of which is that you can undo the undergarments, and there is a hole so people actually have sex in the fursuits, not as themselves, not face to face, because you don't know what these people look like. All you know is that they're a fox, or they're a bear, or they're a wolf, named Silver Storm 88, and they're all gathered together just having a ball. And one picture I saw, which is very interesting, where there was this, I think, Appalachian family, I'm not sure, and the son was dressed in this fursuit. It was his birthday, and the parents were looking at the camera, and they had the most disappointed faces I have ever seen. The father looked like he looked like an Orthodox priest. And the mother, she just looked like this old lady with this disappointed look. And the son was just wearing this fursuit, and he was he was okay with this. And this to me is also a sign of the times of a disconnection. But this disconnection, it seems even a little bit sadder to me, because it means that there is a disconnection of family, that there isn't this cohesive idea of we're all in this together. Now it's like everybody does their own thing. And I know...
you really saved that point. My God. That's impressive.
I don't know.
There's a disconnect with the biological family. It's like that furry could find family with other like-minded furries instead. And that's what I feel like a lot of people in that community do, because they're all into that same thing together, and they all understand it on their own level. Whereas like you're a millennial that gets into becoming a furry, and how do you explain that to your parents who didn't even grow up with the internet?
But that's like the aesthetic dimension in general. I think that I think that when it comes, if you want to bring it back to performance art, I think that a lot of stuff that people quote unquote normies see, when it becomes an internet meme, and like, Paul Joseph Watson like puts it up, like, look at this is one, and you see like someone basically very pornographic images, or what's it, like a good one that people spoof on, like any kind of performance art that people don't understand, but they make fun of it. I think that, okay, I'm not equating that with furries, because I think like there's still high and low art in my opinion, but I think that
I agree.
When it comes to like the actual performance of something and the performativity of identity, I think like you have to really look at these issues in sort of an unbiased way, but yet at the same time, it's like, I do agree that we have to like bring things back and say, is it really good that people are disassociating themselves within a fursuit, or disassociating themselves within very like categorized and reified expressions of identity, that are heavily reliant upon an aesthetic performance, whether it's furries or anime or whatnot, or cosplaying. I think that a lot of people have an idea of it that can be very, what could be a word for it that's
I
not
guess
like
easy
toxic.
to get lost in, where you just
Yeah, it becomes escapism, I guess you could
Yeah.
say. Yeah, and even within like the contemporary art world, like I think that there is a massive disconnect. But in some ways, that's the beauty of it, because I think like if you have a performance artist and normies don't get it, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe normies shouldn't get it. Who knows, right? So yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
we
Christina,
have
you kinda
joining us,
disagree,
by
right?
the way, Victoria Vicarano. How are you? It's great to have you with us. Have you been following the conversation?
I was briefly, and then you didn't get my messages, so I was like, they hate me now. So I went away.
No,
and I was
this was
about to
just-
stream art.
This was just my personal confusion at being the technomancer here. So it's my fault. I should have seen your message.
It's okay. No, I understand. I'm a little low energy, and also my brother's working on his truck, and the driveway's right outside my window. So if there's sounds and they're loud, just mute me.
All right, no, it's absolutely fine. Well, we were talking about fandoms and furries right now, and your take. The furry fandom and fandom in general, as, let's say, it relates to art, but also on a deeper level, how it, in the example I was showing earlier with the furry son of this very disappointed Appalachian family, how it drives families apart, and whether it's something that can create, let's say, new families within these furry communities, or if something ends up getting missing from that disassociation with the family.
I think that the fundamental thing is that everybody wants to belong to something, and everybody wants to find that something that goes along with whatever gives them passion. And I hate to sound like I'm saying anything highly of furries, but that's basically it. Is these just not furries, but a lot of, if you look at fandoms of anything, it's all like-minded people, and sometimes the interest is strange. And a lot of people, you're talking about a small town Appalachian family, well, they don't give a fuck about what's going on the internet. They don't. It's a completely different world to them. And once you go on the internet, it takes me hours to explain to my mom what I'm doing to try and get her to understand what the internet means. And she's been using computers since the 90s, and she just hasn't gotten it, not like somebody who's grown up with it. And I got the internet when I was like 8 or 9. But when you're that young, you kind of absorb it and learn how to do these things. As far as fandoms go, though, it's not. I think it's because people are being exposed to so much more in the world now, especially through the internet. It used to be fringe groups, and they were kind of hard to find, and maybe in the big cities you'd find them and you'd become a part of something. But now you've got the world at your fingertips, and so some strange things that are going to be normal across the country or even in another country are coming into these completely disconnected from that areas, where they're just thinking more about, like, why don't you just learn the trumpet or something,
And do you also think that there was a disconnection or a breakdown in the family beyond the kids who grew up with this stuff, where there's also a breakdown of cohesion from things like oxys? Like, I keep hearing stories of the American family in the American small town being destroyed, not just from jobs going overseas, but also from all these drugs that keep people in the sense of stupor and not really not really contribute to what I guess would be more of a Norman Rockwell type of an idea, which I don't even know if that's ever existed, but something close to it.
I think that's a separate issue. That is a pharmaceutical issue and a how do I put this? Our medical system's fucked up. And
we can all agree on that.
People are being overdiagnosed and overprescribed, and people who want to make money prescribe drugs. And being that the drugs are coming from China, they're actually pretty affordable, easy to get, and then you can mark them up. And a lot of these people, for some reason, oxycodone is just one of those things that it's being overprescribed for pain, and it's really addictive if you don't take your prescription. And if you're in, the reason why I think it's unbalancedly affecting people in these communities, the working class communities, the Rust Belt, which I live in, is because we're all fucking depressed. And so we've got a lot of working people with a lot of aches and pains, welders, they get bone spurs. My dad almost needed a rod in his neck from all of the heavy gear that he has to carry, the big welding guns, the fact that you have to crouch and be prone for hours at a time, the smoke and chemical inhalation that if you work at it's hard fucking work. And if you don't work at a place like GE, which by the way isn't in America anymore, you don't have a ventilator, you don't have a mask to give you oxygen to keep your, so you're exposed to all this shit that gives you these illnesses, which is what happened to my dad. And he luckily he self-medicated on pot, but he was the type of person for the first half of my life to self-medicate on alcohol. He actually became an alcoholic, and he was a completely different person. So there was we actually had to, because when he got cancer, he started taking more and more oxycodone, and we had to flush him down the toilet so he wouldn't take them. So as a result of the type of work that you have in these communities, it's really hard labor. You have a lasting frustration and depression that you're maybe not making enough money, not getting enough hours, then your business, your shop is being shut down and sent to India, and then where do you go from there? Maybe you didn't even graduate high school because you didn't necessarily need to have a GED or a diploma to get into these hard labor jobs. And so a lot of them end up homeless because they don't have that. And maybe in that time they've been on oxy, they start abusing it, and now they're shooting up out on the streets. I think it's honestly rich people filling their pockets and targeting a very vulnerable, you don't think about this like this, but it's a vulnerable population in America that's kind of dying, both metaphorically and literally. And it's, you've been able to for so long take care of your family, and then it's just gone. So a lot of people, they're having the rug pulled out from under them, and they're not going to work at McDonald's. They end up out on the streets because they either won't or can't. So that's separate from the art, but that's kind of close to my heart.
Well, it's one of the most important things. Like what you said right now is the core thing that I think is driving a lot of discontentment in America. It was one of the things that got Trump elected, definitely. And it is this idea that, going back to the idea of the elites, that the elites that we have looked down on these people, at least from the way that...
forgotten them because we're very disposable. because they're the lowest. They're it's weird. They're the lowest when you look at it mentally, just the psyche of the way America looks at them. But they're the essential workers. They're the ones building the locomotives. They're the ones building the boilers. They're the ones building the buildings.
And it's probably a really bad trade-off, too, even in terms of stability, because right now, like we talked about in earlier shows, our masks are made in China. All of our essentials are made in China.
Everything is made in China.
Yeah.
And that's again, the rich trying to get richer. They're outsourcing, and the problem is China's not the only place that you can get these cheaper imports from. It's for some reason China facilitated this so that they were just open to everything. I mean, every other communist fascist country we don't really deal with, but China, because China, that's literally their goal, their plan is to expand and get their wealth through kind of a type of capitalism. I mean,
And it does not follow the non-aggression principle, as the ANCAP say, because you have a government that's able to do whatever it wants to the people. It can go into a farm, or like a little farm village. It could destroy that village, and then it could put a factory in there and have people no choice but to just work in that factory. So that is not the free market in action. That's cronyism in action.
That's because every citizen of China is a citizen of the state. It is a worker of the state. And that's why we had people who were in America, who were Chinese citizens still. There were reports of them buying up PPE and hand sanitizer and medicines and shipping it back to China because they're doing it because they were ordered to. I have a lot of people from China who send back, I think you can only send about $5,000 a day via Western Union, and they send all that money back. You get people from all over the world come to customer service and send money back home to their families via Western Union, and it can be any amount. Sometimes you've got people who've been making a whole lot, and there's a couple grand there that they're sending back, but it's consistently the people. I'm assuming they're Chinese because they send to the same few places in China. It is always something like 2,500 at a time, twice, to do the 5,000 maximum a day. And it's the same few people. So whatever they're doing, to me, seems a little bit suspicious. It's not enough to be able to make a report to Western Union, but it is probably, they're making this money at, we've got technology centers here, and they're sending it back, and it's not an arbitrary number. It's always the same amount. And I feel like it's structured enough to just be kind of like one of those things. Well, they're workers of the state. They send their money back.
And to tie this back to art, which was the original subject that we were talking about, do you think that there are people who are like in these high echelons of power who work with China, who extract American resources, who make it a lot harder for American workers to to make more money and to have a better life? How much do you think they are also interwoven? And this is a question for Patrick. How much do you think these people are also interwoven with the art world and inform the art world as far as being the Medicis, so to speak? Like you had the Medicis back during the Renaissance who were funding Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. How many people do you think who may be responsible for the current state that we're in are also a big part of the art world in terms of giving money to it?
China is the bootleg capital of the world. They have their hands in everything, including art. And if there is something that looks profitable, you can be sure as shit that if you make a piece of art and you want to sell it on Redbubble or something, and if it's popular, they're going to steal that idea and they're going to put it on their own merch because they can for some reason get away with it, the copyright infringement. They can just like, they're in another country, so they think that they're exempt from it. And that goes for everything, every kind of technology, every kind of apparel, accessory, the computer technology, car technology, and it goes back to art. And they'll copy any intellectual property that they want if it will be profitable. And that's part of their own business model, is to be able to do everything. And I think that it is very strongly interwoven into art. And I also think that, because I do not like them, I think that the backhanded reason they're doing this is to take away as much resources as they can from the host countries that they're stealing from. And that's why industries are moving away and being able to gain more money, and we don't have very much made in America anymore because we can just import it so easily. And I think that there needs to be not sanctions but something stronger to stop doing.
I'd be very careful about overgeneralizing a nation and getting into globalistic politics from a nationalist point of view. That hasn't fared well in history before, and it seems to be promoted by people who don't have the best interests of the general population in hand. And I can hear that comes from a place of personal pain and a local condition where that might feel very much like a truth. But the world's a complex place, and there are a lot of moving parts. And
I'm okay with trade, but I think that, and this is just from what I've seen. And I know I've seen a lot of literal fake news. The stuff that they say about North Korea has been opening my eyes, because they're just blatantly lying and pushing this narrative that they're worse than they actually are. And it's hard to try, and with a country that tight, it's hard to figure out what's actually going on. But to find out, like, just trust South Korea, because South Korea is monitoring them. And to make things up is just, causing misinformation to happen. But I think that there's a problem with the way China works, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if I may interject, I think a good question to bring it back somewhat would be that maybe Patrick could speak to this. What is the role of social realism in the contemporary art world, or is it dead? Like, do artists nowadays sort of speak to the issues of the malaise that's happening within the quote unquote Rust Belt or the heartland, or do you see that they're sort of disconnected from the issues of ordinary life that maybe they weren't in, for example, the 20th century or so forth, when you look at, like, at least a surface level, social realism?
Yeah, I mean, overarchingly, I think we're still kind of approaching the 21st century from a 20th century point of view, and that obviously doesn't work. And it starts to work less and less for people who are further and further away from where that point of change is happening. That's why there's so much stress and turmoil and destruction and health problems in the heartland. I think people are coming around to that finally, and people are also that the art world has always been priding itself on a kind of that ethos of activism and kind of to bring truths to broader distribution and to elevate standards of practice, and to start also looking at like the money flow, because it's like follow the money, right, to where a lot of the problems are. But at the same time, it's people redeem themselves through art all the time by funding things that do help the world and do distribute good change and do distribute various types of equalities. I thought it was interesting that I didn't get to see the show, so I can't really speak to it, but the Guggenheim put on a show at Rome Koolhaus, which is about the countryside. And we have here, you know, probably the world's most famous landscape architect who grew up in Holland, who's famous for being also a researcher and an author, or collaborative, generative publication maker, look into the place that we forgot about the most, which is the countryside. But you know, the history of cities, if you dial it back, like I was just watching American Experience about talking an episode about New York in the 1920s, and I was like, oh, like this is oddly familiar. And already, you know, Europe's hitting kind of the Great Depression mode economically. So I think you know, we're going to be looking at the local in a different way, and having to instead of maybe, you know, point fingers and end up a dangerous scapegoating, to really look at ourselves and look at each other and look next door and help out our neighbor and do something. It's not that we have to be forced to do something that someone else should have done for us. That's the idea of government, is that we take care of each other in some way. And if we want a road, it's better that we pool our resources to have somebody else build that road than everyone trying to grab a shovel.
But I find it interesting what you mentioned about pastoralism within the art world, because it seems that within every economic downturn, there is sort of a retreat to the pastoral. But it's interesting because, for example, when I look at some of your artwork, you're dealing with themes of nature and themes of the sereneness of the landscape, but yet it's through a digital interface. And it's almost like in some ways you see like a lot of vaporwave imagery, how nature itself is being mediated through digital simulacra. And I think that's interesting in a lot of ways, because it's almost like we can't, there has to be a mediation there, whereas we can no longer almost experience the primordial if you live in certain areas of the country, right? So, or experience the natural world.
At the same time, you know, what's magical about this, for all my friends who grew up, you know, outside of cities, who were able to get home in time, and you know, they could be on, everyone, people are on this call right now. We're having this conversation, and you know, could hang up and then walk in the woods for an hour. I mean, I'm in the middle of downtown, but you know, so I might romanticize nature to some extent, because I love to be able to get away for the weekend, and now it's not really exactly you know, good
Have
idea.
you always been like located in New York or big city centers?
I grew up in Manhattan, so.
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I experienced that like romanticism of nature because I grew up in Toronto, which is very like center city, like Toronto. So there wasn't a lot of like, just parks was the most that I would experience like nature. Maybe like when I went down to Florida and we'd go to the beach for like a couple of weeks. But then I moved to Vancouver, which is maybe like, I think the population here is maybe 600,000, like even like counting the neighborhoods like surrounding the center city. And I live like a 15-20 minute drive from mountain trails where there's just nature everywhere, like no people, like nothing. And it's crazy to just like be surrounded by so much nature, and you can just like walk and not think about like just being in a city surrounded by people, and you're just like at peace, like around
by the way, guys, I want to introduce my friend Jules Hamilton, co-host, amazing guy. And Jules, I think you have a lot to say about art as well, and what environment we're in right now.
I just like listening right now. My main monitor is on the fritz, so normally I'm looking at my main monitor and I just see a black screen, so I'm trying to change my angles. But I came in at the tail end of, there was a nationalism something that sounded interesting. What were we talking about with nationalism? Or
so Victoria, you were talking about
really?
you were talking about the destruction that happened in the Rust Belt. That's the
and I actually had a question.
No, I was asking, I heard someone say that nationalism.
Well, Patrick was talking about the reaction being nationalistic, and well, could you expand on that?
Well, I mean, I think like part of the
They seem to.
That reaction is based on the distress that Victoria was talking about, that, you know, to be left behind as the globalist economy created a winner takes all monopoly, including in the art world. You know, all these financializations have affected every sector of the economy, and art world, you know, has been very late to that, fortunately in some ways, and unfortunately in other ways. So this grand reset that we're having now, or the big quiet, or whatever people are calling it, is time to take stock of these things, and to think about you know, how we're living, and
what's the problem with nationalism?
What's the problem?
Yeah, with nationalism.
Oh, that's a big question right there.
Well, no, but I know and many different people talk about it different ways. No, but to have an opinion on it at all, I mean, I was just wondering where it came from.
There's a difference between civic pride and being a patriot, and then being a nationalist. And nationalism has historically been associated with things that go veering off into oligarchies, fascism, and destruction.
We have an oligarchy.
Murder.
We have an oligarchy.
What?
We have an oligarchy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but
so how did
globalism would be a larger oligarchy.
How did you get that out of what I was saying?
Like a one world government would just be a larger oligarchy.
I don't know if we were talking about that,
but that is an important point. It's tied into everything, I think. Because there is an idea that people have on one side that globalism is going to be a force of good, and people on the other side that globalism is going to be a force for bad. Obviously, it is not black and white, like you said yourself, Patrick. This is very complicated, but there are still certain things we could look at as potential 1984 scenarios that I think are best avoided. Like, Jules, what would you say is the worst case scenario that people would be under this globalist system, which creates this reaction?
I wouldn't. I think there's certain things that are unpredictable, right? So if you want to forecast the future, you got to kind of know what kinds of things to predict. I think that there's a lot of different types of globalism. You know, I consider myself a globalist in a particular context. You know, I think that you should be able to exchange freely with whoever you want from wherever you want.
Same here.
But I do think that there are very savvy linguists who have done deft campaigns to sort of taint words that make shared understanding a little bit more difficult. Like to say that the problem with nationalism is it leads to violence, just to me is as preposterous as saying the problem with studying Marx in college is that it leads to violence.
Yeah, Norway's nationalist. You know, Japan's nationalist.
When it comes to nationalism, I think that we have to. The problem with, I consider myself in a weird space between like more the nationalism and stuff, but I think the problem is that when it comes to art specifically, there doesn't seem to be a unifying aesthetic dimension or a unifying set of meta narratives left within, let's just make it specific, the Western art market. I think that a lot of artists tend to be very cosmopolitan, and that sort of influences their worldview. And this brings it back, I think, to what Victoria was trying to say, is that perhaps a lot of these artists, and more so the people that fund them, they are disconnected from the realities of their nationalities on the ground, because they think that, I don't mean to put words in anyone's mouth, but I think that, or ideas rather, I think a lot of these artists within the contemporary world, they sort of are more in common with the people that they interact with at biennales than, for example, the people that are within the American heartland or what have you. Or I think that
it's
there's
something that's left behind when when you become an artist, you have to, and I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm kind of going
No,
into
I
what
was
you're
done my point.
saying. When you become an artist, in order to be successful these days, you have to almost you have to know technology. You usually have to have some kind of computer technology, and a lot of them are the art jobs that you're going to go into that are going to be regular and lucrative. If you want a studio job, they're going to be in California, there's some in Texas, there's some in Georgia or New York. So you have to go to the big states with the big cities, and you leave something behind, and you're surrounded then by what you're kind of engulfed in the new life, and you go along with it, I guess. I'm still stuck here in Pennsylvania, and I'm trying to think. I've been stuck in a rut. I haven't been drawing, but I'm actually wondering, like,
And you're a brilliant
maybe
artist, by the way. For those who have not seen Victoria's work, it is stunning.
I'm actually wondering if maybe I should start drawing stuff that references, like, I want to reference my childhood in my art, but like maybe the Rust Belt. But I'm not really an activist either, so I don't know if that's really my place
I think
to. But
that's a great
there's
idea.
definitely
Oh,
something to be filled
Yeah.
in there.
I just want to interject. I think nationalism is pretty obsolete. Like, I think localism is really what people should be going for, right?
Yeah,
Like, you should
I
be bringing
agree.
communities together, strengthening communities, you know, and stop thinking about people as abstracts, you know. And I think that's a big
Right.
problem with a lot of these ideal utopian engineering programs is people have their end goal in mind. And so they kind of go, what can we do no matter what to reach this end goal? It's the exact reason why when you asked me what are the worst case scenarios, and I said, well, I wouldn't even begin to make that forecast because there's so many different variables, right? I think you need to piecemeal engineer your way towards solutions, right? And if you stop thinking about people as statistics, you just start thinking about things as like local problems, right? Like,
Which
you
is
start empowering communities to engage locally, to solve problems locally. Now, if you're going to say that someone that identifies as a nationalist because they haven't adopted the prescribed approved language, and we're going to basically project onto them that there's like a violent potential there, where there's also not violent potential with all sorts of dangerous ideas like that you can encounter in school. It just seems to me like intellectually dishonest or just blind. Do you know what I mean? It just seems like
Yeah, I think Patrick had a point.
Yeah, Patrick.
I could like put a nuance there that might be helpful, because the English language is so wonderfully vague. It's great for poetry that way, but it can be like a little confusing. But if you look at the second part of the definition of nationalism, the idea is independence. That independence from other states, which at this point is like a kind of preposterous idea.
I think
like,
that's a
we're
great
all
idea.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea too.
I think that's the idea.
agree.
But I agree, but
I think that's what it should be.
There isn't a possibility to it, I guess you could say.
I think
that.
Ukraine would love to have more independence from Russia, which is why they're constantly fighting against Russia encroaching more in their territory. I think, name any country, they would love to have independence from a country that would want to have more of an influence on them. It doesn't mean that they want to invade other countries. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
If you study the dynamics of complex systems, like if you look at chaos theory and like complexity science, right, it goes hand in hand with how you would apply localism in the real world. And the problem with this idea of like, let's just get rid of all borders, let's just make the whole world one country, is it's the same problem with the public school system, where if you try to essentially mandate solutions and prescribe them to everyone even-handedly, you actually leave a lot more people behind and you create a lot more pain, right? And I think it's hard for people to get on the ground and look at these problems granularly. Like you say, the problem with the English language, where you can speak and it can be vague, but you can attempt to be more clinical with what you're trying to describe. And I think I think if we're looking at a Yuval Noah Harari dichotomy, where he's saying we're either going to have a one world system or we're going to have these different strongholds, right? Which he charges to sound like it would be like a more contentious world environment. I don't think that's how it actually would be. If you think of nations as quenching points or nodes in a free economy, like you can foster cooperative behavior, like through markets, right? Get the government out of it. Just let people sell stuff, get rid of the tariffs, do other piecemeal engineering initiatives to enact localism. Whether it's localism or nationalism, like I totally agree that you don't want a xenophobic, it's the in crowd versus the out crowd mentality, but also you don't want to completely do away with the laws of harmony that come with starting with a stable foundation.
I agree. There are 2 points that I wanted to touch on. What you said, one, all of that is why I feel like we're so invisible, and the mainstream media, not to use a buzzword, but even the president, and I don't hate him, but I don't really like him either.
Well, he's monitoring the situation, so don't worry.
Yeah. But it just feels like we're not talked about like people. And I live in this, and every time I moved away, I got pulled right back in. So I'm still living in a small, I'm living in what, the 4th largest city in Pennsylvania, which is pretty damn small. And I feel like there's a definite disconnect there, and it's strangely enough with this COVID thing, it is highlighting us now, and I really kind of hope that it causes some kind of change. I don't know what that would be. I am not necessarily saying nationalism, but I would like to say it's hard to want to come together as a community and pat each other on the back and all of that when what's happening is out of our hands. We can't bring that industry back here. This is a bigger issue. I don't really know how to get, for example, GE back to Erie. They're gone. They're in India now. And it's hard for these people who have lost their job, and Wabtec now is taken over, and there's no union anymore, which, unions have become something that they shouldn't be, that they're not what they used to be anymore.
Oh, wait, Patrick has a point about the unions.
No, I just wanted to say something to Victoria that might give some context and make you feel a little bit better about how things might be changing soon. Because if you go back to the last time when we had a problem this big in America, which was the AIDS crisis, which was largely happening in New York, when New York was abandoned by the federal government, and basically, the headline was "Drop Dead," right?
Yeah, I wasn't alive during that time, I don't think, or maybe I was a baby.
Right. So,
but I know that New York was like.
So it was desolate in the same way. Like people had drifted out away from the cities to the suburbs, right? And then later it became interesting again, and people came back into the city. And now because of COVID, people are going out of the city, and I'm sure you'll get a lot of nice new neighbors soon, because people are going to try to get as further away from other people as possible when the second wave hits. And at the same time, we're all going to be back onto this, and this virtual connection to understand each other's points of view, and ultimately build those bridges that we need to bridge between the urban areas and the rest of the country that we call the rest of the country, when it's really just 3 three or four different distinctions. And then also, you know, they talk about the United States as maybe like a conglomerate of 8 different very regional cultures that span different cities and you know, provincial areas. So it's a big country, and there's a lot of healing that needs to get done.
I don't know the scope of it, but I don't think that healing is what's going to fix what is pervasively a problem, as far as having a large labor market for us and having manufacturing for us by us.
Oh,
So what would fix it?
Hold on.
Holding hands probably wouldn't do it. I have no idea. I don't know what to do.
How about this, Victoria? You know, I was thinking we were all drinking like Coca-Cola and Tropicana and like widely distributed things for a while. The same thing happened in culture. It's just like big box everything, you know, mega Hollywood, mega galleries, mega music labels. But what about small batch, you know, like in beer, which is something that almost the entire world can agree on as being something kind of interesting besides water, you know, the culture there went from this very standardized, you know, chemicalized product to getting very, very local, and then, you know, people finding things like, oh, I love this like small batch Japanese beer from this small town, I might go visit it one day. Or someone's going to say like, or, you know, I really like Rolling Rock and I want to go visit Pittsburgh, or I don't know.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, like, I kind of get where you're going, but like, are you saying like this isn't just a I'm talking about being a major manufacturing. We have this big problem now that's being highlighted by the fact that most of our supplies are coming from other countries, and the one industry that I was talking about, locomotives, there's 2, and they had a deal. It's Caterpillar and GE, and they didn't have a problem with sales, but they just left because they were getting in shipments. They were getting shipments out to other countries. Australia, China, India were all ordering. Japan, China would send parts here and they would build them here and send them back. And I guess, like, yes, we have this idea, this feeling that we want to get back to local, and that's good because people need to think about that. And it's just, I feel like there's such a disparity between the powers that be and local people.
Well,
There's only so much we can do.
Yeah, but I think, if I may interject, I think the point that Patrick was trying to make is that when it comes to not just politics but the economy and everything, you have to find a way to recapitulate localism that deals with the realities of a globalized world. I think he correct me if I'm wrong, but you were
coping with it.
Not just coping with it, but also I think finding potentialities. I think that, you know, someone who is more of part of a nationalist ideologies, I think what Patrick was trying to say, don't correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that it's almost impossible nowadays to not reconcile with globalization, with the intermingling of cultures and cultural diffusion. If you wanted to, yeah. Well, for everyone, I just hope no one was like dogpiling.
No, I was just struggling to understand, like, I guess I see this as a problem I'm afraid for our country, honestly. And that's not me being a patriot or anything. I'm just looking at it as a situation.
Well, we have a few comments coming in here. One from Hero Alchemy. Countries are separate because they have innately different values and cultures and ideologies. Nationalism is prioritizing your native values and industries first. Localism is nationalism on a smaller scale. Do you guys agree with that?
No.
I think they're different. And I think it's important to elaborate on conversations about these subjects. The State of the Union address, what was it, last year, 2 years ago? I was doing 11 Joules with Lev here. At the night of the State of the Union, I went to Bryan Singer's house in LA, the guy who directed The Usual Suspects and X-Men. And then I remember, like, first thing I do in the party is I was like, MAGA, like, who watched the State of the Union? And everyone looks at me. And then, like, Bryan Singer was like, you're nuts, right? And he just, like, totally gravitated to me. We're talking the whole night. He, like, gives me his number. I give him my number. And we start talking about Roy Cohn, communist hunters. And he was like, oh, yeah, like, I was hanging out with Peter Thiel, and he was, like, trying to convert me to libertarianism. And I just started cracking up. I'm like, oh, yeah, me and Peter Thiel are totally going to convert you to libertarianism. And then it was just kind of like one of those serendipitous, I guess, local things that just happens. People meet, and he was like showing me pictures of him and Bush and pictures of him with Obama. And he was telling me how when he films X-Men movies, he gets special tech from, like, was it the CIA or the military? Because if you have fighter jets in your movie, they give you all sorts of access. And he was telling me how he could, like, look through buildings, right, and block, like, people on all the different floors, and that's how they would choreograph these complicated scenes. And I remember you brought up, like, you compared this to the AIDS epidemic, and I just don't think there's any comparison. But I do think that like, government fails its people all the time, but when people come together, that's when you see the strongest communities thrive.
That's right. And the last time the government failed so massively in the 70s, it gave rise to punk rock and hip hop. And that's the world we live in today. Because think about all the beautiful things that have blended out of those core impetuses for self-determination, expression, and creating beauty out of, almost nothingness, right?
Yeah, will to power.
And Jules, you were also making a point before about Bernie Sanders. I remember convincing, I think it was Amazon.com, to change a policy of theirs. Am I getting it correctly?
I don't recall, but yeah, I mean, people, you can't legislate morality, but, like, if people complain about behavior, if people complain about behavior, people are better codifiers of each other's behavior than if you just think of everyone as, like, an abstract statistic on a piece of paper, and some bureaucrat with their good intentions, are trying to enact some kind of new system when they can't even get the piecemeal steps right. So they're failing every step of the way now. Why would we reward them with even more power to do, like, more of the same mess?
I want to get back to something, because the local idea is not a microcosm of the macro, because we've always lived in polyglot societies, and people forget this all the time because they strive for some kind of simplistic unity, which is the only simplistic unity is that it is a union of difference, and our American strength has always been our diversity, and we've always been a diverse country of multiple nations, like the Lakota, like the original indigenous nations. People forget to mention all the time. So there are lots of parallel realities going on. Part of, like, the understanding for 21st century living is that when you live in a distributed communication platform, you're going to be interfacing with a multitude of perspectives. There was a Swiss philosopher who came up with the idea of this multi-perspectivality. He called it ape-perspectivality, which means that you go beyond one perspective. And he related it to art history. It's a very interesting concept because I don't know, just a 20-second version of it is like, he said, you think about with the root of European art history, which is a very short art history, by the way, in global terms. But he says it's actually an easy way to look at consciousness as a vector growth, and with art as a champion of that development and distribution of more humanistic ideas. And he said, we had these kind of 2D kind of paintings in the pre-Renaissance medieval era. Maybe there's some fascination to go back to medievalism because
to your point about the Lakota, would you say that the Lakota nation is still a different nation as far as the kind of laws that they had than the nations that came about after the Americans came in, or after the English came in and the Dutch came in and all that? Because they were people who were influenced by Roman law, by Greek law, by things going all the way back to Aristotle. So as far as diversity being our strength, here Alchemy here said, we are strong despite our diversity, not because of it. And since I'm pretty sure you disagree with that statement, what would you say would be in diversity that would be strong for a nation? How would you define that?
It's just, if you look at it with a more fine-tooth comb, you see that just or go a little bit further. Think about North America. Think about all the roots of the various cultures there. It's widespread. It's
well, culturally, yes, as far as, let's say, different festivities, the kind of music, the kind of food. But if we're talking about things more related to, I don't know, like certain tenets that people have when they grow up, when they go to school, when they become, when they have a household. These are things that in America were pretty similar, more or less. Again, like if we're talking about the Lakota, that's a whole different ballgame, right? Like we could distinguish those two things as being very different experience of embodied existence. But I do see there being a diversity as far as the kind of food people eat and things like that. But do you also see something that did cement people as far as what led to there being certain laws that people have lived by in this country? The Declaration of Independence, the amendments that we passed later on. All these things are things that we pretty much agreed on and were cemented over time.
Well, Mencius Moldbug said that, Mencius Moldbug said that the American Revolution was unjustified, that basically they weren't being taxed that much. They had an agreement and they broke
it was infighting between different elite parties.
It's like he's saying that the bad guys in the American Revolution were the revolutionaries. Like they totally backed on their deal. They were barely being taxed, and they caused this huge war. And it's a really weird point for him to make. But I think
it cuts the grain with the mythologizing of American history, right? So
yeah, and I think that people don't realize, and often in my experience, how things behave differently at different scales, right? Like I've been in complicated relationships before. A relationship between two people is much simpler than a relationship between 3, between 5, between 10, right? Their magnitude's more difficult. It's not like a linear progression, right? So if you have a quote unquote socialist nation of 20 million people, it's going to behave differently, like fundamentally, according to the laws of like chaos, right? Than a society of 300 million, or a society of 1 billion, or a society of 8 billion. Right? And people just think, oh, we'll have AI. The AI will replace the bureaucrats. We'll be able to optimize this stuff, and we won't have any
neo-cameralism. Yeah.
And they totally don't understand the science, because we went to high school, and we took physics, we took chemistry, we took basic math, and we didn't take any chaos theory. Yet this is the reason why we're going to have artificial intelligence, and we have these awesome computers, right? So people need to learn how this stuff works at scale. Right? And they got to get out of this utopian engineering mindset of like, oh, like, wouldn't this end goal be great? So the ends justify the means. No, you need to piecemeal engineer your way every single step. And you can't go another step forward. You can't skip a step until you deal with the immediate problems at hand. And that's the problem here. Is there's all sorts of immediate problems here that are inconvenient to the establishment, and they overlook them and say, you know what, we'll get back to that once we reach our big goal. And I think that's a big problem.
And by the way, we have a comment from Ryan, our rappin'. I think diversity is just a result of our true strength, which is respect for everyone's individuality. And that is a very important point, going back to what I think America was founded on. But there is a price that you would pay if you are so, like Karl Popper talked about, where you cannot be tolerant of intolerance. And if you have, let's say, people who come in who do not share the same respect for tolerance.
That way, but yeah.
Yeah, well, he meant it in terms of the Nazis, but I think it applies to any kind of scenario where you have people who are not going to be tolerant towards others, yet you are tolerant of them being intolerant.
You could have people intolerant of nationalists.
No, but maybe, well, yeah, this is kind of
because they
when it
think
comes
you
to
shouldn't have a
tolerance.
nation.
No, that's a good point.
Tolerance is sort of like an ephemeral thing that's very not connected to any sort of real.
Well, the connection would be,
it's a very ephemeral type of.
Could a connection be that they would be, I don't know, paying money to people to silence people they disagree with? You know, that they would contribute large amounts to getting politicians elected who would silence people that they don't want to speak. That would be.
This is a thing, but it affects everything. I mean, even in the art world, it's very present. I mean, look at what happened to people that even I like. You know, let's look at the cases. You know, Deanna Hobbs or whoever. Like, there are people that are quote unquote canceled all the time, and it's really a stretching of what tolerance is. But that's the thing. These are the issues, and I feel that a lot of people are unprepared to deal with this because there's certain ideological dispositions that a lot of people have in these institutions, and it's very sticky. And people who want to be controversial, even people who are not tolerant, quote unquote, or who harbor ideologies that are not, you know, tolerant. I think that a lot of people are excluded, and a lot of people have a hair trigger reaction. Like, I mean, for example, I don't know if you know about what was it called, the LD50 gallery debacle, where it was like a gallery of frog Twitter people that came together, and they were called fascists and Nazis, and they were closed, and the gallery closed down.
I think I heard about that.
Yeah, this was a few years. This was like the whole, like,
there was a lot of that going on.
Yeah, we had Logo talking about that. I remember.
Well, Logo was a part of it. Logo Atlas. So, but like, that's one example. But I'm sorry, I think we cut Patrick off. You had a point about the whole. Yeah,
it was a longer thing about the kind of like the polyglotism, because even if you go back to the original state of the North American continent, there were many languages and many populations, some warring, some at peace, some mobile, some more sedentary, and some roving, kind of combination, right? And so I think, like, when there's times of trouble, people tend to over essentialize things, and I think instead of like kind of ratcheting down on cliches.
Does that mean over essentialize things in times of struggle?
Like, let's say, we're when things are kind of confusing, or when things are changing rapidly and people are looking for an anchor of some sort, people tend to get nostalgic, even for times that for many people weren't, very memorable, let's say. So, and that can also be a very local understanding of reality, right? Because like, if you grew up in New York, in an urban area in the 70s during the AIDS crisis, and you were poor, that wasn't the good old days. But, for somebody else, like maybe just like 10 minutes away in Connecticut, it was like fantastic. So we're starting to understand the interconnectedness between people. That's the whole idea of intersectionality. These things are worth researching because things are much more complex than we'd like them to be, because it would be, maybe more convenient if it was a little less nuanced, and we could say things with blunt clarity.
Well, but do you also see that the bluntness, at least as I've observed it, has come from a lot of people who were censoring and canceling people just for their ideas, not for some law that they wanted to implement that would exclude people, but for, let's say, I don't know, saying something bad about trans people in the public sphere or whatever. The point here is that that is an example to me of a bad road that I don't want to go on. Yet it seems like people like organizations like NPR or any kind of big organization, they're scared. I think that they really are scared of saying the wrong thing, or else the social justice mob is going to go after them. And that's the reality that I've seen so far, and I think it's driven people up a wall. So when you're talking about well, what do you think it is like right now, Jules? Like maybe it is changing. I mean, with COVID-19.
I've always kind of been a disbeliever in nostalgia. I've never been that nostalgic a person. I guess there's different types, right? Because there's like that nostalgia that's tinged with sadness, and then there's like fondly recalling like old memories. You know what I mean? It reminds me of that South Park episode with the member berries. Like I don't really know quite what their point was with that. It seemed like they were mocking everyone who is like nostalgic. Like people don't know how to connect, right?
Yeah,
they don't
Jules,
know how
that's
to
the
anchor themselves. Right? They don't know how to anchor themselves in this confusing time, so they're going to nostalgia. And I agree with you, Patrick. Like to hell with nostalgia, right?
No, but the difference I think would be that, do you want to, this is like the trad reactionary thing. Do you want to worship ashes or preserve a flame? I think the problem with a lot of return to tradition mindset is that you have to realize that, do you want to take these lessons and these ideas forward in a new medium, or do you want to just simply have a sort of anachronistic returning to a reality, right? I think that's
like Russia, because Russia would be an example of a country that people see as being, like, oh, so traditional, but wives are beat up in Russia. They beat up wives.
They have like one of the highest divorce rates in any country.
But that's the thing, when people lionize the Soviet past in Russia, they're not necessarily saying let's bring back the gulags. I think there's an intangible feeling there, a connection to a rootedness that people are striving for. And I think that's
well, we
haven't heard from Saturn Alien in a while, because he could talk to this as well. Yeah.
Mainly because I'm not a very political guy. I'm not politically motivated. I'm definitely not a political philosopher. But I mean, Gio, you're just talking about Russia. I mean, I think that there's this people who have fallen back on these kind of like almost deranged, like rose-colored spectacles regarding the Soviet past, and I think you see that reflected in stuff like Duganism, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that's a valid.
I had a cab driver, or an Uber driver, who was this very, very smart guy, and he was. It was so interesting to me because he was only a little older than I was. He was like 28 or something, and he was talking to me about how good things were, like in like the late 70s and early 80s of Russia, and that struck me. I was like,
that was the decline period.
No, this is like the decline. There was like total like economic chaos. There was total like I don't know. You hear all about all sorts of like decadent inequality and like stuff that was going on, and that directly led to their collapse. And then obviously he was not alive to experience this, or if he was like a very small child. Mm-hmm. So I think that when people are far enough away from something that they don't really remember how it was, it's very, very tempting to romanticize it to something.
Everything was better in the 90s, yeah.
Well, my parents were living during that time, and they can definitely attest to their friends being sent into mental institutions for reading the wrong book or for saying the wrong thing, because even though they didn't send people to gulags anymore in that sense, they did put certain chemicals in your pills when you were in this mental house in order to intentionally cause brain damage for the rest of your life, as an example set to the others who would dare question. And going back to what I was saying earlier about the social justice warriors, what I'm concerned about is a similar thing there, where if people are constantly in fear of saying the wrong thing, it's, number one, I think, going to have any kind of negative reaction fester more. So, Patrick, your example of what you would see as the worst example of nationalism would come about when people call everybody to the right of Ron Paul, literally Hitler. And this has happened time and time again. And this is what I'm trying to, in my own way, trying to correct by having these discussions, because we have people from all kinds of different circles here getting to know each other. So
that reminds me of that Frieza, that publication Frieza.
Well, I know Frieza from Dragon Ball Z, but that's
no the art publication Frieza. Am I saying it right?
I don't know what that is. Can you explain?
They're pretty popular art publication, but they had this panel on freedom of speech or something about like freedom of speech in the art world, and it was a bunch of like people who are more academic, who like their parents or big shots. And it's funny because the first thing they said was one person said the concept of freedom of speech in the art world is inherently fascistic because it leads into the hands of fascists, or something like that. And I remember reading that and knowing about all of the events that happen with people that I know that have gotten quote unquote canceled. I think that's probably the attitude that we're living, the environment we're living in now, or even the concept of having a freedom of expression itself. If it offends certain political categories, then that's sort of as grounds for being disbarred or whatnot. Maybe it's better, like again, you need an insider's perspective on these things. It's like sort of when you're outside in the margins, it becomes very easy to say that, because I'm a quote unquote person on the right who is an artist, that I will never get represented anywhere. So it's like, fuck it, just burn it all down, right? Like academia, just burn it all down. But it's like, at the end of the day, you have to really take a lot of these things with nuance, right? So.
I was just thinking about something that was funny. Like, remember, there was a tendency towards like this kind of bombastic, like a hyperbole, over exaggeration, like saying like something is everything, as if like anything but everything could be everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and now people are pulling maybe back to that these things like temper over time. And people can look at things right around them and in a little more detail. And I think that's actually how the local is going to get its foothold, is by looking at itself and going back and dealing not just with the good parts, but with the bad parts, and a little further than what might be comfortable, and a little wider, and then look at what's there and pull that apart, like the way art often does with is research-based practice or social practices, different types of relationality, and start to look at the things that we've ignored and unearth the beauties there, because a lot of the patterns of art have been about finding the beauty in things that were once thought to be ugly, or bringing out new color patterns that are related to localisms that haven't been seen before. That's how a lot of the expansion of there's a whole artsy study about how that functions.
How do you think people who are, let's say, in higher positions of power in media, in the art world, could be encouraged to look down more on canceling people?
I think cancel culture is honestly about to go out the window.
I hope so.
I really think I think we're really ahead of the curve here.
Because it's edgy to be canceled now.
We were talking about this whole talk about the fascism and the communism and the Marxism. So people talk about, you can watch on a Netflix documentary, we're in the late stage capitalism here, and what we have is crony capitalism, right? That's what I would describe it as. We've been fascist light for decades, arguably since FDR, right? Because all the laws are passed in favor of the most powerful constituents, whether they're on the right or the left. So
you mean corporatism, in other words? Yeah.
Corporatism is another word for it. So we've been fascist light, right? And then, you see Harvard momentarily advocating to outlaw homeschooling, like fascism 101 is control the education, right? So it seems like people have lost their definitions, and you talk about confusion, They don't even know how to diagnose the system we've got, right? And then you have all these people playing language games. And so then you either have to choose to teach someone your terms, or you have to adopt the language and speak with someone else's terms, right?
But that's Jules, that's a good point. I think that, oh, sorry to cut you off, but I was just going to say that even just the term fascism, I think, is sort of isn't what a proper definition of what's going on. I think even our political terms have become subject to this fast and loose language games, right? So,
and as far as cancel culture goes, Super Iron Bob says, really, I think it's about to get turbocharged from efforts outside the English-speaking world. So when we do talk about like the international community, there are people who are acquainted with the country of Qatar. There are people who are acquainted with China, obviously. So those countries would also be able to play a role in who gets canceled here by virtue of, knowing the right people to contact. I mean, that is our reality, isn't it?
Well, I think that we saw a lot of this with Corona. I mean, this is sort of a like a fringe, almost right-wing talking point, but it seems basically demonstrably true that the government of China has made an effort to link accusations that they didn't do enough to stop the spread of Corona with racism, because they know that accusations of racist thought or ideation are an extremely effective way to shut people down within the U.S. So they can basically reach out of their borders and like impinge on us by our own ideology. And I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing, or if it's.
I think it's pretty
bad. The shills are always out there, yeah.
Yeah, but Patrick, I mean, you've heard a lot of interesting discussion here. Like, what do you think of that final point? Like, what can we do to make sure that kind of influence, at least in people who are within the art world, that they don't succumb to it as much?
I was thinking that Dave Chappelle, as a comedian, has some very philosophical, brilliant things to say about the kind of current state of the United States and some of those cultural phenomena as people are trying to correct massive wrongs that have injured a lot of people and literally caused death. So let's not underweigh it either, because while like the inconvenience for some people to change their language or to not step on someone else's feet might be like, I want to wear my boots and be as clumsy as I can be, like maybe there's a place for that, but not around a lot of people, who are not wearing big boots. Again,
but is that defined to the public square, which is like Twitter, let's say? Because if you say something that would be available to the public at large to look at and be offended by, and then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're not able to do your banking. That is a very China-oriented system that
like social credit, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Why did Justin Trudeau say that he admired China's basic dictatorship? Even Trump said, hey, maybe we'll try the China dictatorship someday.
Because Canada's survival depends on its relations with China.
Exactly. Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about before.
You have Bloomberg saying that China's not really a dictatorship. I was at a cocktail party with Lev, and I met one of Bloomberg's economists, and I called him out on this. I said, so what's the deal? Why is he saying it's not a dictatorship? What is it? And he goes,
God, how many people do you meet in New York, you guys? Oh my God.
He says, well, it's technically, and his economist said to me, well, it's technically a kleptocracy. And I was like, oh, great. Like, I'm glad his economist is telling me this at a cocktail party while I'm watching this guy on television trying to like use his good name and public image to say, hey man, maybe we should be more sympathetic to like the China model so we can like do more unilateral things and like disregard the freedom of people while we rob them blind.
But that's another great point I think that we could speak of, because all of us have been so touched by the internet. Do you think that when it comes to, I guess like it's kind of a simplistic term, but when it comes to like tech determinism, you think that's a thing? Like if the social credit system is a reality in China, then eventually it'll be a reality here. Like, do you think that is it possible for us to sort of reevaluate technology and digital society, or do you think that the Lewis Mumford, Ted Kaczynski line of like, you have to tear everything down because it's just a monster that'll keep accelerating, right? So
Kaczynski was a moron. He's an anarcho-primitivist.
What?
He's
I'm deeply offended.
We got to get Serpent Mountain here to defend
like
Kaczynski.
ISIS. Him, like Kaczynski and ISIS, like they just want to live in the sand. They just want to live in the Stone Age. They're like, Kaczynski thinks any
No, but you get the
technology
logic
that
there,
depends
though. You
on
get the
multiple people to operate, like, should stop existing, which is preposterous.
Sure. By the way, we have another comment from Hero. Kids on TikTok are apparently getting doxxed and canceled by people daily right now. Every day I see a new thread about some mob asking for some edgy kids info so they can get him blacklisted from universities.
Twitter, do your thing. Yeah, Twitter, do your thing. Yeah.
So, yeah, these things are going on, and I am also very concerned about the China model, and it seems like there is a moral imperative on, let's say, artists going back to the idea of art. Let's say they, just as a thought experiment, right? Let's say you are a well-established artist that has a lot of FU money, and you do have a choice, more or less, of who becomes your patron for future projects, right? So let's say somebody comes from a dictatorship, somebody comes from China, someone who is responsible for, a farm village being destroyed and enacting a factory with suicide nets, and they want to give you money for a project. What do you do? Do you say yes? Do you say no? Like
this already happens, right? So theoretically,
I don't know, Patrick. Are these decisions that artists make on a daily basis as far as who they're willing to accept money from?
Sure. The Whitney just went through this big time, right? And there's some very interesting essays by Hannah Black that you can reference for some more wider breadth of information there. It's a wider take of perspective, and again, like we're on a continuum of growth all the time to kind of refine our methodologies, and to sort of make less mistakes while we move forward. But we also have to realize that we're making those mistakes, and they sometimes do help us move forward. But we want to get to a culture of rehabilitation, and not an extension of the prison industrial complex where we banish people from society because they made a misstep. I mean, or whatever, or they just didn't have that information, because that's another type of localism and like let's say like cosmopolitan damification, damification by the cosmopolitan against pocket, like some people could be unaware of something or not have that perspective or not have that experience in their toolkit. Does that make them subhuman? Obviously, no. It's about the intent, and it's about when somebody is trying to come to an understanding, and again, so our world tries to highlight that sort of generative discourse that is ultimately healing, and in the process, sometimes it's a little embroiled, but that's fine, because that controversy can help broaden the conversation, distribute the rumors, and ultimately do more healing. I don't know if you've heard the concept of the negative guru, but that's kind of an interesting idea that sometimes when we don't have a leadership of a direct example in a good way, we have an impetus to understand it in a reverse way, and make changes about ourselves in our behavior or whatever we can do to as a countervailing force, in light of like not having the parenting one might have hoped for.
Definitely. And I'm curious about Christina. You've been sitting here. I'm very interested in what you have to say about this whole thing. Oh, look at that beautiful bird.
What, in terms of artists just having moral stance from accepting money from people, or?
Well, that would definitely be one, but that would probably be more within the big time art world of people who have already made it to such a great extent, like a Jeff Koons or someone like that. But if we're talking about cancel culture, how prevalent is that in the animation industry today?
It's If you're like gauging it off of an individual artist who maybe works at a studio and also has like an online presence, it's very prevalent, because even in a studio setting, you could say one wrong thing and someone could go to HR and cancel you from the studio, even like behind your back kind of thing. Or if you make like a comment that's insensitive to somebody or what they believe,
And
or
who determines what the insensitive comment is? Like,
the
what's the
person
level
who
here?
makes the complaint. So you could just say something that you don't even know is offensive, and then all of a sudden you'll get written up or called into like an HR office and have someone talk to you about the problems that you're causing in the office. Or like my studio's pretty progressive leaning in terms of that, and I remember they sent out like a studio wide email a few months ago telling everyone to put their, or I guess to suggest that to put your pronouns in your email signature at the bottom, just to make sure that, I guess, if you're emailing your supervisors or other people on your team, that they know what to refer to you as. And that
Mm.
had to come up because someone went and complained. But and I've heard of other stories of people getting fired because they made like inappropriate sexual comments, or that they drew even like lewd like art on their Twitter. And we're
What
talking
happened
about
to
it.
like, you remember the I don't know if you ever saw this Rugrats storyboard jam, but
Oh,
you know what I'm talking
I've
about,
heard
right?
of it, but I don't know the exact details of it.
So back in the good old days, the Nickelodeon animators used to do these storyboard jams where they would draw all of these characters in these inappropriate situations. They had
Oh, God.
in Rugrats they had Stu
But it was
Pickles.
the adults, right?
Yeah, those are the adults.
Okay.
They had Stu Pickles. I mean, people who work in animation, they're adults. So it's like, okay, anyway, they had Stu Pickles coming to poor Tommy and taking away his bottle, drinking it himself, and calling Tommy a freeloader, and, you know, just all kinds of crazy stuff like that. But I think that there is a kind of freedom in animation that my concern is, like, with these studios who have all of these different criteria that they have to answer for as far as making sure nobody's offended. It does seem to, at least as an outsider looking at it, it does seem to deaden the environment, that everybody's
Yeah.
afraid of stepping on somebody else's toes. And with this name thing, by the way, the pronouns, that's all. I mean, look, if you want to put it on, that's fine. But when I see that on Twitter, to me, there's something very dystopian about it.
Well, it's signaling, and just to make other people that are just aware that you stand for using proper pronouns and stuff. It's fine. It's just whatever you want to like show to other people. But to get to the point of you mentioning just all the control of, you know, animators and their behavior in environments, it is stifling. And it's also, I've noticed, like, it's harder to even be genuine with people that you work with in an office or setting where there is like an HR person who, and that dictates like how you should behave. And it's like work in your personal self is, you have to like separate it a lot of the time, because if you let like too much of your own self come out, you feel like you might do or say something that might get you in trouble. So there's always like I feel like there's like a thick wall in front of like you and like other people you interact with.
And of course, there would be certain things that would be absolutely encouraged. Things that, let's say, Christians may find offensive, or, you know,
Yeah.
conservatives may find offensive. That stuff you could talk about till the cows come home, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So it seems like it's kind of
Didn't
like
that
a.
happen with the recent what's that video game? The zombie one.
Last of Us.
The Last of
Yeah,
Us
yeah, Last
2.
of Us. Didn't that happen with the design team where they had to like they couldn't critique any aspect of the story, even though
They
it's-
fired a QA tester because I don't think it happened with The Last of Us. It was with Uncharted 4.
Oh,
with
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
ending where they showed Nathan Drake had a daughter instead of a son, and a playtester got upset about, there's like, oh, they have to put more women in this game or something, and then the director of that project fired that person on the spot for not being inclusive. But you're doing these QA tests to get like reactions from people and to record just how different people feel and what they think about the game. So it just doesn't make sense to fire someone for voicing an opinion, even if it's like not one that you personally agree with or think is like the right one. So
even that line of analysis, I think you can only go so far with it. Like with the diversity thing, I think it becomes a game like on the political right where it's like the more, or should I say like the conservative spheres, where it's like you point this thing out, but it's just the act of pointing out like, you know, they're imposing diversity, but at the same time that gets exhausted, like the whole like
it is exhausting.
2016 Gamergate stuff.
Yeah,
it becomes like just a banal sort of line of discourse that doesn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? Like if anything, it's gotten worse, right? So, but that's what I mean. Even on the right, it just seems that there's just this sort of content shredding, I like to call it, where you harp on the same things over and over again. It doesn't go anywhere. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just a lot of pointing fingers at this point and getting upset at things over and over again. And
remember when who won the Pulitzer Prize? Kendrick Lamar won the Pulitzer Prize. He invited someone on the stage to sing his song, and
yeah, it was a white girl, and then it had the N-word in it. Yeah. Was it that?
Yeah, and then he publicly humiliated his fan for singing his lyrics.
What?
Yeah, I remember this. It was stupid.
Lev, what do you think about that?
Well, what I learned from Dave Chappelle, or Ninja from Die Antwoord, said the rule is that you are only allowed to say nigger if you are one. Should I be canceled for this?
Oh, I think I remember that. Yeah.
Patrick, what do you think about that? It's pretty out of control.
Oh, man.
The history of America is fraught with all kinds of dangerous landmines. But I think when it comes to talking about someone else's culture, you want to take their word for it when the culture is spoken potentially as a group to speak to its history, its pain, and its intent on healing. And so I think there's a time to say something and there's also a time to shut up.
But if there's a scenario like the one Christina was talking about, I see that as a microcosm of what goes on in academia, which transfers to what goes on in most companies, in the contemporary art world, in any modern establishment place where people make transactions on a daily basis. And my concern is that while healing is great, the healing should also come from the people who are censoring right now. And I think it's a lot harder for them to heal or for discouraging the censorship if they are going to be accused of being racist or homophobic or bigoted by propping up or by encouraging certain behavior just by not condemning it. So it's a very strange situation we find ourselves in that I don't know, like what would be, how do we get out of it?
The magic word that seems to be floating around almost to the point of getting, diluted is empathy, because when you look at the science or even statistics in even like criminal problems or bias crimes, maybe unfortunately, it's hard to say it, but and again, all these things that we say, they're opinions based on experiences that we may have had or things that we may have read. So like to understand the relativism of our knowledge is also, the humility there is necessary, right? To like make a point of pride about like wanting to learn as opposed to knowing, because what the fuck do we really know anyway? I mean, we're
Not a lot.
but you know what? The way to render reality is to ask a lot of questions from different points of view, because everybody sees like
But that's
but what do you do about being held hostage? Because even if you show empathy for other people, which I think that's great, but if you're held hostage by a mob of people who are going to call you racist, who are going to accuse you of being bigoted by not condemning somebody else, what do you do? Because
the
empathy is not enough.
Is often it perpetuates people's pain and trauma. It's a cultural misfire often. Like, the point of empathy is to be capable of feeling someone else's pain in order to make their pain go away. But a lot of times empathy is sort of like a display of shared misery, where it's like nobody's helping anyone, and in some cases it's like they're both dumping rocks on each other's shoulders.
That's commiseration.
Like, where's the passion?
But I think this also goes to a greater issue with art in itself, would be the questions around cultural appropriation. I think that a lot of art, all art, in my opinion, speaks to previous traditions and diffusions of those traditions. And I think that a lot of even contemporary modern art, because of course people jumble them up, but for example, Jackson Pollock, he learned a lot from the indigenous tribes that he was around at the time. I think that the problem with this kind of discourse is that it could limit people. In Canada, for example, there was this artist where she was a painter, and she grew up on a indigenous reservation here in Ontario, and she was accused of cultural genocide for trying to paint a style that an art teacher she had, who was indigenous herself, imparted upon her. But the problem, I think, I'm not one of these like conservatives, like these, like Breitbart types of like, oh, that's so stupid, cultural appropriation. I think that there is a valid criticism in that a lot of people will take like harmful stereotypes and they will like, mock them. I think that is a valid criticism, but I think we should also recognize that there is deep appreciations that different artists have from different traditions. For example, I love sumi ink and literati painting. I wrote about it. I do it. I have a deep appreciation for Taoist Chinese art in the landscape. But at the same time, I know that I'm limited in that I am not of that tradition and culture, that I can only learn about it from the outside. And I appreciate that, right? In some ways, like people that, like, I'm Italian, so I have an inherent gravitation towards certain Mediterranean styles of art that is very ornamental and things like that. I don't relate to a lot of, like, for example, Scandinavian art that is very realist and colder in temperature and so forth. I think these are sticky questions that we have to address, and it can't be like this very simplistic, like, all of this is bad, or all of this is like, oh, that's just stupid, those people are too sensitive or whatever. So yeah.
What about the people who, and I think that this is kind of speaking to extremism on the other end, people who will say that white people have no culture, just...
Yeah, that's another part. Yeah.
It's ignoring just... It's almost like a tit for tat thing, in an eye for an eye, and the whole world goes blind kind of thing, where there's a lot of people who will take advantage of this new cancel culture and against cultural appropriation and against racism in any form, and they actually use it to attack mostly white people.
Well, the origin point of all this, at least as far as I'm learning right now, there's this very interesting book. It's called The Age of Entitlement by Christopher Caldwell. And it talks about how a lot of the very well-intentioned civil rights laws that were passed from the 60s onwards, how they do put people in a bind when it comes to, if you are in a company, what you should do regarding something that may be perceived to be bigoted, whether it's towards, whether it's perceived as racist or whether it's perceived as sexist or anything else. It does put companies and their bottom line at a at a disadvantage. So all of this goes back, it all goes back to
there is systemic racism. Like, I actually believe that there is systemic racism.
I do
right?
too.
So you have this book that was on Mark Zuckerberg's reading list called The New Jim Crow, which is
Yeah,
about this
yeah,
systemic
yeah, yeah.
racism.
The prison industrial complex.
But a problem that I have is a lot of people that read this book have not read what should be the companion, Thomas Sowell's Intellectuals and Race. And if you read like just the first couple of pages of his book, you have this like one of the smartest Black philosophers of all time, basically like walking on eggshells like through these first couple of pages to talk about race, because it's such a supercharged subject whose history has been filled with blood, right? And then you look at the place we are in now, the symptomatic conditions of where we are in now, and people want to diagnose these problems so that they can self-correct them. And the thing is, I think that, so have you ever heard of the documentary Waiting for Superman? It's the same director as Inconvenient Truth. And basically, he had already made a documentary about public schools. And so now he wanted to make another documentary about public schools. And he came to find that it was actually the public schools that were condemning people in these impoverished neighborhoods to these nearly inescapable cultural pockets. You're assigned a school. If it's a bad one, that's the hand you're dealt. If you can't afford to move, tough luck, right? Like you have no freedom, right? And I think that people need to really pause and think about, watch The Wire. The Wire's, in my opinion, the greatest TV show of all time. And one of the things that's so great about The Wire is you have people on the left and people on the right both look at that show, think it describes reality precisely, and both sides think it validates their perception of what's going on, right? And if we could bring discussions closer to this edge, we will sooner solve these systemic problems. Because I think that systemic racism, like the problem with that phrase is it makes it sound intentional and not just like a tragic result of
a discursive thing
of compassionless bureaucratic glut.
That is well said, Jules.
Patrick's not so sure.
People would
You think people would disagree with that? I think so too.
People would say that racism was entirely intention as a tool of class division. Have people hate each other needlessly to
well, you rolled your eyes when someone said that there was a trend going on right now, like somehow there was like an approved racism. The first time in my life in New York City, I was walking down the street and some kids leaned out a school bus and said, "Hey, that guy's white, like beat the shit out of him." And I just laughed it off. Like I was like, those are just fucking kids. You know what I mean? I got in trouble when I was 10 because I called someone a rice eater, right? And I was suspended.
Oh God!
Like, so you have some kids in a school bus saying, "Hey, look at that white guy, beat the shit out of him." And I'm just like, I guess that's just like a viral trend right now. But I guess no one would call that racism, right?
The thing that like I was thinking about were
bigotry.
I mean, bigotry because I was white, even though they're fucking 10-year-old kids.
Maybe we should.
I didn't care. I knew
bit.
it was bullshit.
Wait, Victoria, what were you saying?
The thing that I was talking, like the thing that came to my mind, was not only the trend of saying white people have no culture, and then being laughed at when you bring up that there are different cultures in Western white societies that are just as colorful as Eastern or African. The other thing I was thinking about was I don't even know what it's called, but when white people will put on T-shirts that say "I'm sorry," ball and gag themselves and chain themselves together and be led by black people like a parade. I don't see the progress towards not racism in things like that are divisive. I don't think that divisiveness, the tit for tat divisiveness, is progressive.
Nero Sucker wrote "White Guilt."
White guilt. There it is. just think that, and I've actually been yelled at for being white too. I was surprised. I was just trying to help them shop, and they did not want my help because I was white. I'd never experienced that before. I had never done anything like that to other people, and it just makes me think like, what have they gone through, but also, how is this going to solve it? Like, I am just an employee. I'm not. But they see me as a white employee, and they don't want my help. It doesn't seem.
Would it make
Jules,
sense?
you're gonna have to explain this picture.
Oh,
you're
yes.
throwing up.
This is
Yeah.
this was the first comedy video for a comedy group called Never Sad that I did, and so I was like the Vice reporter covering it. You have to see it. I don't want to spoil it. There's no way I could replicate it. I hate it when people ruin jokes.
Follow Never Sad, by the way. They are an amazing comedy troupe. They're great. I love them.
They just did a spoof on these Zoom conferences where you had Nazis jumping into Zoom chats.
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
Well, one thing that I think, and Patrick, I'm curious what you think of this. One thing I think would help is that if we did not have these bottlenecks in being able to express ourselves, if we didn't have a victim mentality. I mean, this is already like such an old hat thing on Twitter. Most people know exactly what I'm about to say. But if we did not have this victim mentality, that people would think that other people are out to get them, then we could actually have healing. But if this victim mentality is reinforced, then people are only going to start to gather together over the color of their skin instead of any other attributes that could be shown.
I was thinking about the Viktor Frankl's book, Man's Search for Meaning, which is like a brilliant book on, touches on a lot, some of these, some conditions about the human condition, and it's when it's one is sort of incapable of understanding things because of the horribleness of it. But the other thing that I was thinking is that when you're trying to process reality, there's on one hand, maybe there's triggering, right, which can actively hurt because it hits a wound, right? And so the person might not necessarily be able or have to be put in a position to constantly have to be on defense or to deal with something thrust in their face just because someone felt like it.
Well, if we're talking about Twitter, they could block people, and it's kind of like whatever happened to sticks and stones may break my bones, but words may never hurt me.
Yeah, I totally.
Twitter's like a schoolyard, right? So
I'll just like walk out. If I ever get like that offended, like Lev can tell you, like the amount of times I've screamed at Lev and just hung up because I was so upset. It's just like it's more than I can count.
Shouldn't we
but
empower?
To play devil's advocate, though, to play devil's advocate, does not Heidegger say that language is the house of being? Right?
That's true. And in the Bible, they talk about how everything was created from the word. So I could definitely,
the logos, yes.
Yeah, the logos. I could definitely see that. But be that as
I can't believe it. I'm like, I'm here thinking of all the ideas, but usually I'm like the most right-wing person in any group. But it's like even me, I'm going like, yeah, there's some point to a cosmopolitan sort of way of thinking, at least in part.
Well, we don't want people to be hurt.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. We don't want people to be hurt. We want people to be
empowered.
empowered.
Equality. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, I don't believe in equality as a political ideal. I think it's an impossible ideal. I believe in, as a person who is a I believe in dignities rather than rights. I think that but at the same, I believe in natural hierarchy, but at the same time, I think that when it comes to just like blind edgelordism, I don't think that's like very productive. Like to just
Well,
go
then
around-
why not make people
I mean, I
anti-fragile?
love edgy artists, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, but sorry,
Well, I was just gonna say, like, why not make people anti-fragile so that if some asshole comes up to them who starts spouting ridiculous nonsense at them and being extremely bigoted, then they'd be able to call them out or brush it off or whatever. What I don't like is how I keep seeing in schools, universities, just pumping into the heads of all these kids who then end up in positions of power when they're older. There's all this victimhood going on and how we have to stop people from saying things that might trigger other people. I mean, the whole safe space and trigger warning thing, it is such an old hat, as we all know.
Yeah,
but
it's like, this is 2015 stuff.
Yes, exactly. But it's still happening. Like the kids who are in the safe spaces, they're going to be running... they're going to be running NPR. They're going to be running any kind of, any organization that is going to create a certain kind of consensus among people who live in urban areas.
But then there's a lot of them that pull back against it and become
true.
Unironic, like fascists and
Duganites.
Have Twitter avatars of Roman busts or whatever.
Well, one would not exist without the other. That's the fun thing about today's culture, that we do have these energies coming to coincide with other energies, just kind of like create a butting of the heads. But they've still been able to more or less be within their own communities. And what I want to try to do with this program is to be able to bring people out of those communities and to be able to breathe the fresh air and see, like, we're all people at the end of the day who are, don't want anybody to get hurt. I mean, the whole spiel, I could say it till the cows come home. You know exactly what I'm saying, right? Or no?
Yeah, it is very interesting how we have people from all walks of life here. Like even just people that are within institutions is very difficult to have candid conversations, because even the presence of some people, it's kind of warranted. I mean, do you want to have a meaningful conversation, or do you want to have IBS, internet blood sport,
I want both.
Yeah, well, of course, right?
Blood sports.
I think one leads.
That's the thing. I just want to touch on this, and then I'll shut up again. Being able to be edgy and uncensored is cathartic. And I think that it isn't, but can. I think that the liberty and freedom of being able to talk about what you want to talk about and make the jokes that you want, and the art and the comics that you want with the ideas that you want, is important and cathartic. And it's and sometimes what people do is they're self-aware about their edginess, and it's a joke, and they might not necessarily be conservative themselves if they make an edgy joke or something, and sometimes people who aren't conservative will laugh at those jokes. I think that there's for example, I want to say Count Dankula is he's
wait for those who don't know, Patrick, do you know who Count Dankula is?
No.
Okay, so Count Dankula is a YouTuber who did a video of his pug doing the Heil Hitler sign, and he got arrested for it. This was in Scotland.
Arrested.
And he spent time in jail too, right?
He spent a bit of time in jail, but he got bailed out. Yeah,
it's mostly a court thing.
Mm-hmm.
You had to pay a fine.
Lev, who is it? Remember when we went to that? Was it under 5'10"? With my friend and her family. And
yeah.
There was that guy who we thought was from Mossad.
Yeah.
And there was that guy who was the only comic in Germany who could make Nazi jokes.
I do remember, yes.
I just thought that was such a fascinating story, that you literally had one guy who's the only guy who's allowed to make those jokes. What did he have to go through to earn that?
But that's the thing. This is a very I remember when I was young here in Canada, this was the whole issue with like the Human Rights Commission things. Christina probably like knows about the whole deep lore. That's about like who was the cartoonist, the Danish cartoons, what was his name? This was like back in 2006.
Wait, the Charlie Hebdo or
no,
No, that was
the guy who did Muhammad.
Kurt Vestergaard, yeah, that guy. This was like 2006, right? I remember it being in the media and it caused riots and it, people died from it, right? Because of the reaction, which I think, and you could go with that either way because yeah, it's like very provocative. It's just as provocative as Tracy Eamon's bed sheets or whatever, but at the same time we have to really come to terms with that debate of what is provocation and is provocation in itself a valid form of expression within the context of art, because like people actually like died in riots because of that cartoon, right? So that's the argument. Like that was like very, very popular because the reason I say Canada is because the deep lore is that Ezra Levant, who used to publish this newspaper, he was brought upon the Human Rights Commission because he published the Danish cartoons, whereas like other publications like the New York Times wouldn't do it. They said they could describe it in words, which I think it was like Muhammad with a bomb on his head. So these are very like issues that are almost perennial, that they just keep coming up, right? So
oh, and by the way, too,
I loved that Curb Your Enthusiasm. I love that Curb Your Enthusiasm with Larry David, where they put the fatwa on him, right?
Oh,
yeah. Right, and then it was like Larry David meeting up with Salman Rushdie.
Yeah,
right?
Salman Rushdie. Yeah.
Larry David's going like, they put a fatwa on me. Like, have you? Like, what about you? And then like Salman Rushdie is talking about his experience with the fatwa. Did you see that, Patrick? Did you see that Curb Your Enthusiasm?
I didn't, no, but
you like Larry David?
He's awesome.
I love Larry David. He's the best.
You remember that episode where he put the MAGA hat on?
Yeah, to ward off the biker. Remember?
I think the difference was that with Rushdie, that the British art world, the literary world, sort of rallied around him. Whereas nowadays they wouldn't. They would just like leave him to the winds, right? So.
Well, and also speaking of Ezra Levant and Tommy Robinson, who was famous in England for speaking out against the problems that are going on in their inner cities in relation to the Pakistani Muslim gangs. And one thing that recently happened was Tommy Robinson, who works for Ezra Levant, had an interview with this Russian libertarian YouTuber who I really like, Mikhail Svetov, where Svetov told him things about Russia that he didn't realize, because he also belonged to the camp that thought that because Russia is against all of these things that we see as being bad.
Based in red pill, yeah.
Yes, exactly. But like I said before, Russia is cucked by a lot of other things. So.
Again, but
what happened?
That's the meme language.
Didn't the guy get arrested?
What?
Didn't Mikhail get arrested?
He did, yes. So he got arrested for what I remember was just like some relationship that he had, like when he was also like at a super young age with a 16-year-old. It wasn't even a relationship. Like I think it was just like some messaging. I know it was something like super light, and she had nothing bad to say about him whatsoever. And they arrested him. They put him in jail, I believe, and I don't know what the status of that is right now. He is a free man at the moment. He keeps making videos. He had an interesting video with, what's his name? The guy who wrote Democracy, the God That Failed. Why am I blanking out?
Hans Hermann Hoppe?
Yes, Hans Hermann Hoppe. So Hans Hermann Hoppe went to Russia. It was a really big deal. A lot of people were there for that performance. And Mikhail gets a lot of views for his content. So there is a surge, I think, of libertarianism and just general like a freedom movement within Russia, because I think that young people there, they don't take freedom for granted. And they don't have any freedom, which is why they don't take for granted the idea they could possibly have freedom one day and not have people telling them what they are or aren't allowed to say, do, or post online. Because you do get arrested by the Russian government for posting things online against the Russian government. So that is something we see in China, in Russia.
How did South Park never get the fatwa when they did the Super Friends?
Well, they did. They
had
did.
to censor it. Yeah.
So
they censored it, but they don't have a fatwa.
Well, there were 2 Muslim dudes who made a video where they said that they were going to kill him. That is definitely something that happened.
Good.
So
that's good. Okay.
This is like kind
Good
of
stuff.
I don't know. This is like we were saying about meme culture. It sort of gets stale a little bit in some regards. Like this is you know what I mean? Like yeah.
We had a great counterterrorism guest. He's a GOP Muslim counterterrorism expert.
Sultan.
Sultan. He came on our show, and he's running for office now.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a clip in there between 3 Muslim scholars, and one of them had graduated from Harvard and was making an argument that people should be able to marry 4-year-olds.
No way, really?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I could send you guys the video.
It's on our YouTube.
Yeah, it's a good video too.
Yeah, the guy was really smart.
Ew.
Exactly. But
4 sounds a little young. I think I'm gonna go out on a limb and say 4. The 4 years is definitely.
But see, this is the problem. I think.
Threshold. I think.
But I think the problem is that after 9/11, it seems that the anti-Muslim thing just went to. It became when I think we talked about this once, where they like didn't focus on the militia movement. It became all about Muslims because the neocons got in power. And I think that, I don't know, it's just, there seems to be a very limited analysis when it comes to these things. It's just, there's something in the American psyche post 9/11 that is grappling, maybe not so much nowadays, because nowadays it seems that in America, nobody cares about geopolitics anymore. But it seems that for a time period, the Muslim thing was like the hot button issue, and there was different, like, it became a matter of patriotism. But nowadays, all that stuff just seems like kind of old hat in some ways. It seems that nobody even, the only reason we're caring about geopolitics now is because of the pandemic, right? But I don't know, like I was always sort of like of the opinion that it was sort of a wrong move for the conservative movements in America to just harp on this like Muslim thing, because nowadays you see the analysis where it's like, well, you're just like the American Al-Qaeda, right? And so I think that if you're a traditionalist, I think you have to sort of stick with other traditionalists. You can't really.
I don't know. I'd argue hard.
Yeah.
I'd argue hard about that. Let's say in reference to India, when the British Empire was in India and they saw the widows getting burned. I'm sorry, but that is not acceptable.
The sati.
Yeah. So there are definitely going to be things that I think it's up to a civilization not to encourage. We were talking before about Native American tribes being nations, but there would still be a difference between, let's say, a civilization that has a system of laws that it was given from, ages and ages going, you know what I mean? Like it's a different system. So I think it is a much more humanistic system without a lot of the tribal warfare. Like, sure, like we have a lot of horrible things like drone bombings and things like that. I am by no means excusing all of our horribleness in that sense, but we still have to keep in mind that the cultures are different. Cultures have great things to offer us as far as food, as far as certain festivities. But we also have to keep in mind that cultures have their own systems of law. And that is a very important difference.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. Even our conception of like historic cultures is like the whole, myth of the noble savage thing is still permeated to this day, right? And you could think it's like very liberal and humanistic and Rousseauian, but even that itself has a lot of lasting implications to how we even view different peoples. And it's also something
very
complicated.
Well, it's like something that I think it's hearkening to these glory days, which they did not exist unless you want to make the trade-off of having the lifestyle we have today with dying in battle when you're younger. Maybe some people like that trade-off. I personally do not. So
it's a noble ideal. That's the death of the war.
That
The
well,
Kashraya class.
that is true, but I don't think we have a capacity to do it in this environment. Although there were a lot of Jewish young men who were during World War II fighting on the side of the Russians, who were the ones who were like, you would think of them as like these nebbish Woody Allen types, but they were the ones who were going through like these tunnels in order to undo the mines. You know, like they were putting themselves in harm's way, you know, even though they may not have been like the most physically fit. Like, I don't know, maybe some were physically fit. But the point is that I think a lot of people on the extreme right, let's say, I mean extreme, you know what I mean, like people who are more right-leaning would look at things also in these binaries of like us against them, instead of looking at certain cultural things that people, regardless of where they come from, do have in common, while at the same time looking at certain cultural things that other people have in common and being able to discriminate between what I would like to be included in my civilization, in our civilization, and what I would not want to be included in our civilization, regardless of
Like
color
the
of skin.
romanticism.
I love that. And I think there should be a big difference between being able to discriminate and cancel culture, right? Like you should be able to discriminate, right? Like co-op boards in New York, like they discriminate, you know, if an art gallery doesn't want to display your art, they discriminate. If you don't want to come onto our show, or, you know, like you discriminate, you know? And I think that, but the cancel culture where it's like, you have nothing to do with this group, and now you're going out of your way to dox them or get them in trouble by being a busybody. So you're like calling up someone and saying, hey, you know, I heard about these people, or I saw these people, and like, I don't vibe with them, even though I have nothing to do with them, cancel them. That's not discriminating. That's
Attacking.
something else.
It's just attacking, because what's the point of doxing? You're the basic thing is you want bad things to happen to that person. So
Patrick, what do you think?
That's no good.
I think there's the word discernment, right? It's a bit better than discrimination, because again, there's a less negative connotation, and there's not a
you discriminate between your partners, right? Like if you have romantic partners, you wouldn't be discernment or discerning with your partners. You would be discriminate with your romantic partners.
Sure, but when you're using certain words have histories that go beyond. Maybe it's colloquial, and you don't want.
But maybe it is important
that their history, wasn't written up properly in this book, so therefore you're right.
But it is a powerful word. I completely agree, which is why it is like a hard decision that people have to make as far as that kind of discrimination goes, because it is not something to be trifled with 100%. So if you are going to discriminate between something you think is beneficial to society versus something that isn't, while making sure that people have an open door to still participate in whatever they want to do as long as they don't hurt other people, that would be the ideal. But I wouldn't necessarily say discerning would be the right word for the kind of weapon that needs to be wielded here. And I know weapon is also a very hard word, but that's because these are hard things that I think people don't want to think about, because they'd rather, just avoid it, but the problem gets worse.
I don't get the weapon word choice.
Forget weapon. I mean, it's just a very powerful word. Discrimination.
Yeah, what's more destructive than a nuclear bomb? Words.
That's true. Well, words have the ability to create life, and we saw that again, like going back to the Bible, the Torah. It all started with a word. Same thing in Hinduism, where you have Brahma, Brahma's breath brought forth the cosmos, and then when Brahma breathes in again, the cosmos is brought back into Brahma. And it's all vibration. Yeah, it's all vibration, man. This
what do you think a hyperstition is, right? The concept of a hyperstition.
What's a hyperstition?
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Sarah.
It's a concept within I believe Nick Land and the CCRU guys came up with this, but they didn't really come up with this. This is a concept that existed long before, because it's almost like a literal philosophical analysis of the concept of manifestation through magic. They think that.
By the way, your mic may be a little bit low.
Oh, really? Sorry, I'll like get up.
Oh,
on
that
it.
is perfect. That is
It's
perfect
like
now.
across my desk. Sorry, but it's this idea that through some nebulous philosophical process, concepts within fiction and within art, very important, can actually sort of force themselves into being. And whether that happens like moving forward in time, whether you can sort of summon things into the future through artistic ideas, or whether they retroactively sort of claw their way into our world through art, is up for debate. But you can look at stuff like the tricorder on Star Trek, right? Like that this is like an artistic thing from like the 50s. It was present in the show. There was no real technology like that. And then 20, 30, 40 years later, we have iPads, and it's so similar. And I mean, you can find this a lot in a lot of older works, like Dion Fortune, and people said that the act of magic is causing change in reality in accordance with will. And what is
well, isn't
changing
that what we
will
talked
through
about
art?
in the beginning?
But-
You remember
and
I was
also-
mentioning
yeah.
whether we have the ability to change reality? That
But
is
also
And I
hyper-
said we do.
that
I
is
said we
exactly
do.
that. Yeah.
But a hyperstition also involves, I think, well, this is like the Landian thing, that involves technological processes as well, where a narrative from fiction becomes reality through memification, through chaos theory, through technology manifesting a
Chaos
collective
magic.
will. Yeah, it's like an egregore, if you know about the concept of the
Yeah.
thought
Oh,
form.
definitely.
Big time. I saw Steven Pinker was writing about that as one of his like new favorite words a couple years ago.
Oh god, then it's cringe now. It's cringe.
No, he's great. I love Steven Pinker.
Yeah, his stuff
No,
of thought.
yeah, me neither, man.
His stuff of
it's
thought is
not
a great
even-
book. It's something that I think I'm gonna have to read multiple times over and over again in order to get it. But there is definitely magic within words, and it is very interesting to think about rehabilitating certain words too, or rehabilitating the word discriminate, where people wouldn't be afraid of. I think it's understandable that people would be afraid of discrimination being applied to, let's say, what we did to the Japanese during World War II with the internment camps of Japanese citizens. You know, this is a horrible, horrible thing, and I in no means condone any of that kind of discrimination. The thing that I would be after in life is for people to live in peace, and at the same time for humanism that empowers people to transcend beyond just animal urges, be encouraged without forced. And I think that's the problem that a lot of right-leaning people may be stumbling on, that they want to create a Singapore where you'd get arrested and executed for drug possession.
But that's base. That's red pill.
That's terrible.
It is
But
terrible.
in the left though, I think the far people say that there's a lot of similarities between the far left and the far right. You know, when I listen to Chapo Trap House, like, and you look at their branding with the Grim Reaper and everything, it's like, okay, like I get it, like, you know, whatever. But then you also hear their words, you know, and they're talking about the importance of spite, right? Like you need spite, like, and like the desire to inflict pain on people. And I'm like, this is what these people are preaching? And like, they're the popular guys?
Meanwhile, the guy's dad is like an editor.
They're
for New
like the
Yorker,
ones
yeah.
that we
Yeah.
prop up.
Well,
You know, we're like, and they're hand in hand with the Young Turks, and I'm like, what's going on? Are people paying attention, or are we just like chasing headlines?
I don't know.
think
I don't know about
the
their
problem
dad,
is
by
with,
the
like,
way. Their dad is an editor for the New Yorker. You said
One of them, yeah, one of them. Like they're basically they're connected to all sorts of like big money people. But my problem, I think, horseshoe theory is like sort of not apropos in terms of actually describing things. But I get where people, it's you know, one of those things where it's a heuristic that is simplistic, but it's sort of kind of apt. There is some, I don't know, it's kind of weird because in my circles horseshoe theory is very much anathema, right? So but yeah, I think it's, to go back to this idea of collective trauma, I think a good example, I don't know if you know about the example of this documentary, I think it's called the Exhibition. It's a Canadian well, basically it's an indigenous artist, I forget her name, but look her up. She created these very large portraits of the victims of Robert Pickton, who was a serial killer in Vancouver. But these are based off of not crime scene, what do they call those mugshots of these, because a lot of these women are prostitutes and were basically grew up in very incredibly destitute situations where they would leave reserves that are very squalid and they would become prostitutes in Vancouver. And so she created these portraits, and she's an Indigenous artist herself, and her point was to create awareness for how the police just utterly failed these women that were being, not just by Robert Pickton, but also the massive amounts of rape and violence against women that happened with sex work and things like that. And so, and she's of course Indigenous, and so there's a lot of different issues, but she couldn't find a gallery whatsoever because these portraits were too graphic and they were too real, and she was being herself censored by a lot of, and one of her galleries actually agreed to display her work, but they just at the last minute canceled because of media pressure. And I get where people do not want to experience that side of things, the ugliness of it, but she actually, in the film, she has a mini show for the families of the victims, and a lot of them were there was a surprising diversity of opinions. Some of them said, yeah, my daughter that was, you know, brutally murdered by the serial killer, maybe some good can come of it in terms of awareness. But then others naturally were repulsed by it, to say that an artist is using the gaze of art to use this trauma in such a way that could even profit. And of course, like, I think the gallery would, you know, her artwork went to like sales, went to charity with shelters and violence against women and so forth. But that's a very interesting case, because maybe through the artistic gaze, you're trying to provoke empathy, but yet it's not taken that way. It's taken as something that's voyeuristic and sensationalistic, and like, you know, like a Marilyn Manson concert, right? So
you
that's
gotta provoke compassion. I know. I feel like such a pedant right now. You know, just like with the diction and everything.
Well, there was this artist, I remember her name is, her surname is Noble. Is it Kim Noble? She was
I've heard of that, yeah.
She was an artist who has, yes, Kim Noble. There's a Guardian article about her. Kim Noble, the woman with 100 personalities. And one of those personalities is one that's been shown to be in these very torturous, like hell on earth situations as a child, as far as the things that these adults did to her. And in these paintings, you could actually see the body of the child being like disembodied and kind of like floating above whatever traumatic event is going on there. And I guess she is kind of like an outsider artist, and people have been referencing her in relation to whatever horrible things may be going on behind the scenes of some organized act of violence.
Me of, have you ever heard of the black metal band Stalag?
No.
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Well, there's Stalag and there's Gulag. They changed their name, but they recorded inside. They illegally, I forget. They got into
they snuck a recording.
A mental institution, and for the vocals on one of their albums, they recorded like people stuck in a mental institution, like screaming and like yelling. And it's hard to listen to. It's very.
And they used artwork from people in mental institutions, and the debate was whether it was like lurid and sensationalistic and exploiting them, or was it. One art critic said that the mental patients were having like such a degree of control in what they wanted to portray. So that's the debate, right? Are you exploiting these people, or is art something that can transcend that exploitation, right? So.
Well, what about something like Werner Herzog's "Even Dwarves Started Small," where they...
Oh yeah.
Yes, for those I don't know, Patrick, have you seen "Even Dwarves Started Small"?
I haven't. I'll have the title though.
It's okay. So the plot is a group of dwarves confined in an institution on a remote island rebel against the guards and director, all dwarves as well, in a display of mayhem. The dwarves gleefully break windows and dishes, abandon a running truck to drive itself in circles, engineer food fights and cockfights, set fire to pots of flowers, kill a large pig, torment some blind dwarves, and perform a mock crucifixion of a monkey.
This is like a Jodorowsky film.
What is that?
Even Dwarf started small. Werner Herzog.
I believe Herzog, he actually stole the camera and the film. There's a story in a documentary about how he basically like snuck into his college's film program, and he literally like just took this like $10,000 camera and all this film without permission. They were furious with him.
Wow.
Yeah, at NYU, Todd Phillips came to speak to the class and told everyone how he stole a truck of all the NYU equipment so he could like film for an extra week, and committed insurance fraud and all sorts of stuff. And then like they came up on the stage and like pulled him off. They're like, okay, you're done. Like, you're no longer allowed to talk to our students. He was like, yeah, like this is how I made my thesis film. I like, they were going to make me give all my equipment back. And so I stole the truck and, you know, finished my movie.
Didn't he direct? What did he direct again? He
directed The Hangover.
Didn't he direct Joker?
Yeah, he directed Joker.
There you go. Read my review. It's an American Son. Look up. What was the title?
Oh wait, I've read that. I didn't know that was you.
Yeah, that was me, man. What was it called again?
I don't know. I haven't seen the Joker, so I didn't really.
Yeah,
it's not that good actually. It's super overrated.
Although Jules and I did
Shout out to Sam Morril.
Jules and I did a really good review of the Joker, which is full of animation that I did Monty Python style, which I really love doing, and I want to do some more of that as well. But yeah, I don't know. I like the Joker. I like the way that the music was in that movie, the way that he danced to that.
Everyone go to the American Sun magazine.com. Clown Among the Ruins. Kino for the postmodern aristocrat of the soul. Look up Clown Among the Ruins, American Sun. Read it, please. Shameless shilling right now.
Well, another Kino film would probably be Blade Runner 2048, according to the people online. Would you say? I know, Jules, we saw that film together. What did you think of it?
Which one?
Blade Runner.
I liked that. I liked it a lot. It was super aesthetic. It put me in a different world and mood and vibe, and you know, but I'm not sure how much of it stuck with me as well. Like, I remember just being totally in awe of the craft, and it felt like, you know, like when you watch 2001: A Space Odyssey or something, it felt like I was watching a painting as much as I was watching just, you know, a Blade Runner sequel.
Well, you know what, guys? I think it may be time to end the program, but before I do, I want to get your thoughts on the discussion, starting with Gio. Let's just go down the row. Gio, did you learn anything new today? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that I certainly have more of a capacity for nuance among diverse people that with different opinions than, say, if I'm just on Twitter and I'm just like eating on somebody. I think this is really great. I think that maybe the solution should be to reach out to people within institutional frameworks to see their perspective and things. Because I know from my time in academia, I was fortunate enough to go to a school where I didn't have to tread as lightly, and I had, you know, productive conversations with people who were not of my persuasion. And I think that it's been interesting. It's been fun. So yeah.
Saturnalia?
Oh, I had a great time. I'm very grateful to have been able to learn more about the art world, particularly like the high art scene, which I don't have much personal knowledge about, but I really should, because people in my family are involved in that. So thanks so much for having me.
And where could people find you? Well, first, Gio, where could people find you?
I am Giant Gio, all one word, no capital, with an I. Giant Gio at twitter.com. Look up my blog, Gio's Content Corner, and hopefully I'll have a website soon. And of course, you can find me on Instagram, my artwork. Yeah, so just if you want, DM me on Twitter. That's like the easiest way to communicate.
And Saturnalia?
I'm Saturnalia Sundown on twitter.com. It's spelled SUND1. I don't know why. It did that to me automatically when I created it. But you can find me there. I have some non-standard takes on the culture surrounding magic, myth, conspiracy theory, alternative thought, you could say. But yeah, come see the stuff I write, I guess.
Excellent. And Patrick, what did you think of the discussion? Did you learn anything new? Any thoughts? Patrick? I don't know if Patrick's frozen or not.
His image looks frozen to me.
It does, yeah. I wasn't sure what was going on there. Well, we'll get to Patrick. Let's go to Victoria. What did you think of the conversation?
I feel like, I mean, I came in late, so I missed some of it, possibly about the art. I enjoyed listening. I'm tired. I did learn a lot. I always take notes whenever I'm on one of these things, so I have a bunch of like books and things to read. You guys are very well read, and you I hate to say it, most of the time I just listen because I don't know what you're talking about or what you're referring to, because you just read a lot of books and I haven't had the same.
Well, now is the time. This is when we're going to empower all of us to transcend wherever we happen to be in all different areas. I think it's a beautiful thing. So, Patrick, anything you learned, anything you got from discussion, let us know.
Yeah. You know, I like that we kind of went over things about kind of understanding our own subjectivity and the limits of that, and also the specificity of that. To just be reminded, like, man, I caught myself trying to figure out how to stumble through saying something that I know is delicate and that I never want to fumble.
Patrick? Is Patrick gone again?
Oh, he froze again.
Yeah, Patrick froze again. Well, before Patrick gets here, because I do want Patrick to finish what he's saying, here is my cat, Steve, the official mascot of Break the Rules with Love and Jules, along with Bubs. So he's the co-mascot, and Bubs, Jules' cat, is the other co-mascot. The two mascots of Break the Rules, the BTR live stream. Guys, please,
how chill your cat is.
Please subscribe to our channel if you have not done so already. And go to our Patreon, become a patron. You are going to help do beautiful things. I mean, we have amazing guests, as you could see. We have intense discussions, lots of fun, having a great time and learning a lot, and also having very heated discussions as well. So it's a mix of everything, and it's beautiful. Hey, Patrick, this is my cat, Steve. Steve, this is Patrick. Steve is great. I love Steve, and he is chill as hell. I'm going to put Steve back. So Patrick, you were saying earlier, but you got cut off.
Yeah, sorry, my Zoom crashed or something.
No problem.
Yeah, I was just saying that I enjoy the idea. It's very much of the spirit of art to be able to get to a place where we can have these types of discussions and realize that that these things don't come out perfectly every time, and it's an iterative process of growth, of healing, and of even like.
Scary.
Oh man,
it's scary.
Right but you know what, guys? We have to be thankful.
Scary.
We have to be thankful that it is right, like at the last moment. It's not like in the halfway point where we're gonna have to struggle. We know this thing's ending. And the other good thing about YouTube is that with YouTube you can actually edit parts out. So I can go to YouTube. I'm not gonna edit Steve out because Steve is a beautiful.
This is the live stream.
It is the live stream. Okay. Okay, fine. So what do you guys?
Come on, Gary. Let him talk.
Yeah. Let the man have his say. And also, guys, by the way, other than Patreon, please make sure to like this video. We got a lot of great likes here, but we could always use more to pump this video up. And also, we are selling shirts. Well, we are printing shirts. So if you guys need a shirt, and I'm asking everybody who's watching, I'm asking you guys who are part of this panel.
Face masks. We're making face masks.
Yes, and face masks. So if
we sell diamonds.
And diamonds.
If you want any diamonds.
Yes, custom prints right to your door. All you have to do is send us the design. We will customize it so that it would work for the shirt. So let us know if you have any designs that you want. We will definitely do that, and we will do a damn good job of it too, because we care about you and we care about this community that we're growing.
And we care about keeping this going.
Oh, Hero Alchemy, I am not opposed to a shirt. I think we gotta sail. Okay, so in order to do this, you're going to have to email us 11joules@gmail.com. And in fact,
Just message us.
Yeah, just message us, DM us, email us, however
you can message us anywhere.
However you want to do it. You can do it in that way. So actually, one thing that I wanted to quickly show you right now. One second. Okay, here we go. Here is the shirt commercial, and I don't know if the audio.
Don't show it.
No, it's already here. It's on the screen.
We've made over 100
shirts, and we can print the design, anything. Got a shirt in mind? I don't. Okay, let's see what's going on with Patrick. Let's see. Rebooting. So internet went down. Internet is rebooting. There is nothing we can do right now, but Patrick is going to come here, and I want him to get the last word. So we're going to get Patrick. But meanwhile, before that, Jules, we did not hear from you. Any thoughts?
I had a lot of fun. I love doing this. Let's keep it going. I learned a lot. I love listening to everyone else speak. I'm so impressed by the panel we have. Gio, I love listening to you speak. And Saturnalia, I love listening to your points. Gio, we got to have you on for a solo. We got to do like a solo sewing discourse.
Oh my god.
We got to get into it.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Everybody. Everybody. But just in particular, I'm just thinking about like what stood out to me. I'm going to rewatch this and I'm going to take notes. I rewatch our episodes a lot. And, because that's how really you retain it, because otherwise it's hard to
and Gio, like we were talking about earlier, you don't see this kind of live stream discussion as being that common.
No, I don't. No, because a lot of it is just to fuel the drama economy, because people need donos, and so it's easier to there's the political pressure not to, and that's another reality. Like, people are very afraid to come on a panel with people that are perceived as like being outside of the norm, and also just the fact that like it happens but it kind of doesn't, because it seems that we're becoming even more like segmented and atomized, and everyone's on their own little islands, because really discourse on YouTube in particular hasn't been that healthy the last like 2 years or so. If anything, it's sort of dying, and that's a really terrible thing, because a lot of people have exhausted that bottleneck of content, right? So,
and the show where we interview people one-on-one is called Sewing Discourse.
We'll have to have everyone on for the Sewing Discourse. Saturnalia, what was the origin of your name for Saturnalia?
Oh god, this sounds so insanely pretentious. So this was back in 2017, and I was thinking about the concept of like magical antinomialism. Okay. So I mean you probably already know about this, but it's the idea of like total like reversal within like a system of magic. And there's the idea of like the Roman Saturnalia, right, which is, you know, the day where it's opposite day, like the low is high and the high is low, and the good is evil.
Does the Saturn symbol like look like an H?
Yeah, well, I have a tattoo of that. Yeah, but it people say it's a scythe, people say it's a lot of stuff. But I was thinking about this concept of like, you know, opposite day, and then so what happens when the sun goes down on Saturnalia? Is that actually the sun coming up? Is that a new age dawning? I don't know.
That's an interesting point. What do you make of the whole Saturn hexagon posts that are made on 4chan very frequently?
There's demons there.
I think that a lot of people look at that in like an extremely reductive way. I do think that if you look at like Velikovsky and stuff, like the Saturn Sun swap, which I mean is again trying to reference that a little, I think that's really interesting. I don't know if it's true.
Is that like from the book? There was this book, The Saturn Myth, which talked about
with the electric universe and stuff.
Yeah.
And, but there seems to be like a lot of strange connections, like far beyond that, with Saturn and Soul, like Kabbalistically, there's a lot of weird stuff. Between, like, the
Well,
6
which
and
part of the
9.
Sephira is Saturn supposed to be in?
Saturn is in Bina, so the third Sephira.
And that is wisdom or like wisdom. It's interesting. I mean, if to me it symbolizes, at least the hexagon symbolizes the idea of us living in this 3-dimensional world in 4-dimensional time. And there is something to this experience. There's Bubs, by the way, the second official mascot of Break the Rules. Bubs.
We're talking here. Come on.
Okay.
What do you think?
No, well, I got to give respect to Bubs. Anyway, I think that it is important to live in this 3-dimensional world we're in with its limitations, because like I said in other discussions, if we were to find ourselves with an unlimited potential to do whatever the hell we want, what would we do exactly? You know, like, if we had unlimited power, it seems like our limitations, things that we fight against, help, you know, like the dad talks about, you know, mowing the lawn builds character and stuff like that. That would be similar to this idea of limitations being a requirement to life.
Oh, well, I definitely think so. I mean, there's any number of gross platitudes I could throw out here. I mean, free a man and he watches he begs for chains or something. But I don't know, this ties into a lot of stuff that I quite honestly don't have like a concrete answer to. I was really, really into Gnostic Christianity and stuff when I was like 11, 12, 13, 14. So I don't know. I mean, that's the whole idea, is are we sort of trapped in this reality matrix by archons and demiurge? I don't know.
So I'm not sure what's happening with Patrick. He did not reply yet to the rebooting thing. I'm going to try to message him one more time, but at the same time, I don't want to keep everybody here for long. But one thing that I am curious about, since you mentioned Gnosticism, I know that Christians in general don't really like Gnosticism, but I'm curious.
Heresy,
exactly.
Well, no, I mean, and that's for a good reason. I mean, there's a large portion of the Gnostic doctrine that is like literally heterodox to the teachings of Catholicism or Orthodoxy.
But even the teachings of the Catholic Orthodoxy, just like I was talking about Judaism before, that it may be that so many elements of Judaism were brought forth from Zoroastrianism, as far as having, this duality of good versus evil, Ahriman and Ahura Mazda, and having more of an emphasis on your own personal decision, your own will, which path you want to tread, as opposed to a...
your inner Prometheus, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's as opposed to having, like, with the Old Testament Hebrews, you had more of a collective punishment type of deal going on. So it seems like we all borrow from different things. So whenever any orthodoxy comes around, it's still culturally appropriating from other things that have come before it. So to me, it's very difficult. This is like why to me it's very difficult to ever put myself in any kind of spiritual category, like I belong to this or that faith, because like I just see it as all happening for a very long time, morphing and changing, but I could take things that Jesus talked about and incorporate them into my life, which I think, do unto others as you would have be done unto you. Very important.
I mean, I think there's definitely like a good argument for thinking that way. I mean, I have some problems with the notion of perennialism, but the notion of sort of this like root faith that or like some sort of root mystic tradition that is a precursor. I think there's a lot of there's ample historical theological evidence for stuff like that. But at the same time, I don't know, if you want to stick to like an apostolic tradition that has like a solid grounding in something.
Yeah, different strokes for different folks. So, you know what, guys? I think we are going to cut it off right here. I don't know if Patrick is coming back. We got Bubs. And guys, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate all of you. we are growing, and we are all going to grow together. Lots of book recommendations coming your way. And also on this Friday, I'm going to do an episode about Venezuela. We are having Remzo Martinez back on. That should be a lot of fun. Let me know whoever wants to contribute to that discussion. And on Wednesday, this is going to be a very fun one as well. We are going to do an episode about UFOs, aliens. I would love for all of you guys to attend that one. That one's going to be great. We have a lot of fun in store for you. We have a lot of great things to offer. I love you all. You guys are great. Take care. And don't forget to subscribe. And don't forget to like.